some great all-rounders as well. IGM, on the other hand, have played 2, lost 1, and they've won a game as well. But they also are a strong side and a side that you look forward to beat in this edition of the 47th Bukhatir League. Now, it all boils down to the conditions and what the pitch has to offer. So let's quickly head down to Asim Sheikh, who's there in the center with the pitch report.
Thank you, guys. And it is pretty moderate out here in terms of the climate. It's 34 degrees, 56 is the humidity out there. And trust me, looks pretty pleasant as compared to the previous games that we have played out here. Talking about what the surface is, it's the same track that played yesterday. But if you see here, there is a lot of patchwork that is done here. Look at this spot here. Not that typical Sharjah shine that we see coming through on this track. A lot of patches coming through here as well. Now, what happens is that the tracks suddenly, it opens up these cracks and comes in favor of the bowling side. Now, we have seen that dew has definitely come in play, but we've also seen that if you're trying to bowl slow in the air, it turns out to be in your favor, even if you're bowling second. Now, what is interesting to see is what has happened in the previous games. Teams were not able to chase down modest totals. 280 was not being chased down. Yesterday also we saw an extraordinary performance. Even 180 was not chased down. Now that comes out with a lot of saying that the second innings, the wicket wears, that there is a lot of wear and tear that comes through as the game progresses. So I think, in my opinion, teams would want to come out, have a bat first, put runs on board, and then try to defend it at a later stage wherein the conditions, or probably the wicket, would probably be more in a situation to support the spinners. I think my say is win the toss, have a bat first, put a total on board, and then defend it.
Thank you, Asim, for your insights. Of course, that wicket, it's the same wicket that has been used for the last 3 or 4 days, and we've seen, as a matter of fact, that the team batting first have had some important wins under their belt. Not easy wicket to chase totals on. And as rightly mentioned by Asim, captains winning the toss with one to bat first, with the wind blowing across and will continue to blow. There's not a chance of dew, and that will be a factor that both the team captains will consider. So let's quickly head down again to Asim Sheikh, who's got the 2 captains with him for the toss.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Sharjah Cricket Stadium for SkyExchange.net 47th Bukhatir League 2022, powered by FanCode. I have the 2 captains out here. Asif Mumtaz of Team IGM, our match referee Iftikhar Ali, and Khalid Shah, the stand-in captain for AJMAN Heroes. Asif has the coin. He's going to flip. Heads is the call. And it is tail. आसिफ भाई टॉस जीत गए, बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो. क्या करना चाहेंगे?
हम लोग बैटिंग कर रहे हैं आज.
क्या वजह है इसकी आज बैटिंग करने की? आप मैचेस इसमें देख चुके हैं, पिछले मैचेस, क्या आपको इसमें फील हुआ? क्योंकि अक्सर आईजीएम को हम देखते हैं कि पहले टॉस जीत कर फील्डिंग करती है.
क्या है, ये विकेट पे ना सेकंड टाइम में ब्रेक कुछ एक्स्ट्रा हो रहा है. फिर क्या है, अभी तक इस पे जो भी 2 मैचेस हुए हैं लास्ट प्रीवियस, तो वो सेकंड इनिंग्स बहुत लो स्कोरिंग हुई है. मींस के एक आई थिंक कल 50 पे एक टीम ऑल आउट हो गई है. उससे पहले वाले मैच में वो क्या ना उसका श्री लाइंस, उन लोगों ने आई थिंक 80-90 पे उसको डीसीसी स्टारलाइट को, गुड टीम, बड़े यंगस्टर गुड क्रिकेटर थे वो. तो मींस इसलिए हम लोगों ने प्लान किया कि आज पहले बैटिंग करेंगे, एक अच्छा टोटल करके तो फिर डिफेंड करेंगे.
अच्छे टोटल की जहाँ बात होती है, वहाँ अच्छा टोटल क्या आपको लग रहा है इस ट्रैक के ऊपर?
इस ट्रैक पे 250 प्लस.
टीम में कोई चेंजेस आसिफ भाई?
हाँ, चेंजेस हैं. हमारा शिव शर्मा जिन है, एक फाटक करके है, और तैमूर भटीन है.
चलिए, माशाल्लाह शिवम शर्मा को तो हमने देखा है, तो उम्मीद करते हैं एक अच्छा मैच देखने मिलेगा. ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट. Khalid, losing the toss, but did it go in your favor?
Actually, no, to be very honest, we were planning to bat first as well, but that's part of the game. You cannot blame the wicket or the toss, so let's hope for the best what will happen.
Now, Asif was of the opinion that, it was because of the previous games that you've seen, the second innings, a lot of break coming through. Now, what was your idea behind that? Is it pressure-free or is it the conditions?
No, as you know, great minds think alike. So that's exactly what we were thinking as well. But, as I've said earlier, toss doesn't matter, wicket doesn't matter if you play according to the ball, that's it.
Now, what would be that ideal total you would want to come out and chase? Yes, lowest we know is the best, but that figure that we're talking about?
Anything below 200, 220 below, we'll be happy to chase that down. Yeah.
Well, sitting right on top of the points table, in a very comfortable situation, qualified through the next round. What is the combination that you're coming in with? Any changes?
Actually, we have a couple of changes. Adnan is back in the squad, Adnan Ul Mulk, and apart from that, we have almost the same team.
Well, all the very best. Go well. Well, so the news from the center is that IGM, they have won the toss, and surprisingly, they have elected to bat first.
Well, thank you, Asim. And the news from the center is that IGM have won the toss, decided to bat first. Let's quickly look at the playing 11 for both the sides. For IGM, Asif Mumtaz, the skipper, winning the toss earlier and deciding to bat first. Ahmed Shafiq, Ataullah, Mohammad Taimur Bhatti. Sandeep Singh is back in the side. And I think he missed the first game, but since then he's always been a regular feature for IGM. Shahnawaz Khan, the all-rounder, Vishnu Sukumar, and the left-handed stylish batter. Yasir Kaleem, the man in form, Waqas Ali, Shivam Sharma is in the playing 11 as well, and so is Kuwar Pathak. And for Ajman Heroes, Adnan Ul Mulk is the captain, Ankur Sangwan, the spinner, Ansar Khan, the swashbuckling opener for Ajman Heroes. Jeevan Gangadharan will be bowling with the new ball. Khalid Shah, the keeper, Mohammad Ajmal, Nasir Aziz, Dawn, also a very experienced campaigner, Rahul Chopra, Sagar Kalyan, another top order bat, Usman Mani and Harshit Kaushik. Two very strong sides are going to play against each other, and this is the match that we were looking forward to right before the tournament started. As soon as the schedule was drawn, I think this match was one of the important matches in the tournament. So joining me in the combox now, just the right time to introduce my co-commentator and friend Nishant Majetia. Nishant, good afternoon, welcome. Good game to be looking forward to.
Yes, very good afternoon to you too, Shoaib, and good afternoon to all our viewers as well. And of course, good evening depending on where you're watching us from. Absolutely, after 2 days, we've seen some dismal batting performances in the second innings. We really want a good game to pump us up with just about 2 days remaining in the league stages after this. Then we go in for the knockout stages. So I'm very happy to see that teams have learnt from the other games. The captain winning the toss, deciding to bat first. Right thing to do on this wicket probably. And of course Asim was down there doing the toss. He must have felt the heat quite a lot, but normally on very humid days, if you just go out of the comm box, out of the AC, you feel pretty humid. But today it is not as humid as the other days, and the temperature is also quite lenient at 34 degrees.
It's getting better, and it will get better. We know that the weather tends to get a lot cooler as we enter in the cooler months, October, November, December. So yes, I think this is just the right time for the teams to get going, because the league stages will be out of the tournament, and now they'll have the weather to support their performances as well.
Yes, I realize that today is going to be a cooler day, or let's say a less hot day, when I had to tone down the AC last night.
Well, yes, welcome to Dubai. Welcome to Sharjah, Nishant. Now the weather will tend to change, and so will the temperatures in the AC. There will come a time when you'll not need the AC at all.
Oh, wow, that will be interesting. Well, I'm more of a 365 days AC kind of a person, but yeah. I remember coming to Ajman way back in 2018. It was the month of February. It was pretty hot during the day, but once the night set in, it was chilly. Even with the jacket on, it was pretty chilly.
Oh yes, we can't wait for that climate and the weather to come, and that'll be a great time to be playing a few matches and also calling the games. Right now, it is Sandeep Singh Sandy who will have to bear the heat for some time. He's going to be opening the innings 2 matches for him, 2 innings, 12 runs. He's more of a T20 player. Not that he doesn't have the potential to play the longer format, but sometimes what is his strength can also become his weakness. The temperament can actually be something that will be tested for Sandeep Singh Sandhi.
Yes, let's wait and watch. Sandeep Singh Sandhi, I've heard quite a few good things about him from Asim.
Well, Asim was also, I think, the same individual who said that the ball won't turn yesterday in the second innings. Usman Mani to get the first ball going. First ball clipped off the pads in the air. What a good looking shot that is, and what a great way to start the innings.
Superb start. So both these teams have exciting openers in the form of Sandhi here, and of course they have Ansar Khan, AJMAN. So at the top, it will be very interesting, and very interesting combination used by IGM at the top as well. Shahnawaz, who's been batting at number 7, number 6, has been sent out to open today. That's nicely played back to the bowler, dot ball.
Yes, there's no Asif Khan in the playing 11, and maybe that is why Shahnawaz has been given that role. And I think it's a good ploy, and I'll tell you why after this delivery. Short ball pulled, and another boundary. You can't be bowling there to Sandeep to somebody like Sandeep, because he is very quick with that pull. Plays it nicely, one bounce and over the ropes for 4.
Yes, yesterday Rakeem Cornwall in the CPL qualifiers got a 91 at the top with some amazing hits and a lot of pulls like the one Sandhi played here. And of course those went for sixes and big ones. At a stage, the team had hit 4 boundaries but 12 sixes.
Well, you can expect that in the CPL. More sixes than boundaries. But right now it's just Sandeep Singh Sandhi playing some good shots on the merit of the ball. Nicely played. Wanted that single but sent back. Shahnawaz, I think, is a good option, especially with somebody like Sandeep, because he can be the calming factor. Oh, there's an overthrow, and that will allow them to take that single. And that will bring Shahnawaz on strike. Now he's the man who can actually bring some sanity to the innings. He's the guy who's got the right temperament to play long. So he can also be a good calming factor for Sandeep Singh Sandhi.
Yes, at the end of the day, it's all about complementing each other when you go out to open. And Shahnawaz also has the ability to go for the big shots. He's got the shots in the book as well. Dropped on the onside for a quick single. He's off the mark right away. That is what he is. A busy cricketer, Shahnawaz Khan.
Yes, he's a busy cricketer. He likes to keep rotating the strike and just keep the scoreboard ticking. Short ball pulled up in the air. There is a man who will take that, and an easy catch. Ansar Khan does it with a lot of ease, and Sandeep Singh Sandhi has to go walk back. First wicket down for IGM.
Yes, the trap was set. 2 boundaries hit by Sandeep Singh, and he continued to pepper him with the bouncer. He had the fielder there, just wanted him to play the hook. He did that this time and holds out for 9 of 5 deliveries. IGM lose the first wicket.
So IGM 10 for 1 in the very first over, and that has brought Kuvar Pathak out there in the middle, number 3.
Just walks into the 11 and straight away bats at number 3. Jeevan Gangadharan is going to bowl. So why Shanu opening the innings is a good idea because of this reason. Sandy gets out. Shanu has the ability and the freedom to bat through. Full delivery, squeezed out. Will pick up 2. So now he will have the liberty to build the innings.
Yes, I think that is what he was sent for, to build an innings, because we all know Sandy, he's very talented but also very unpredictable at the same time. So you need somebody who can anchor the innings well, and I think there's no one better than Shahnawaz. In fact, there is one more option that IGM had and could be used. Some movement in the air straight away for G1, and it is Vishnu Sukumaran. Vishnu Sukumaran is normally a top order bat in the domestic circuit. He likes to bat in the top 4. Shahnawaz, on the other hand, he likes to play in the middle overs and the death. So could have been an option that they could have considered, sending Vishnu Sukumaran. And also Nishant, that would have helped them get another advantage, and that was of a left-hand, right-hand combination.
Oh, Shanu, as much as we discuss about him, plays a very uncharacteristic shot there. Will manage to pick up 2 though.
Yes, at least, but that shot was played in an area where there was no fielder outside waiting for that catch. So you can, it's still acceptable to take risks when you're not playing it straight to the fielder at the boundary ropes. That's what we saw yesterday as well from 7 districts. Top 3 wickets. And all 3 were caught at the boundary ropes in the power play overs when they had only 2 fielders outside. So that is some real poor selection. And I think Sandy has done just that today as well.
Jeevan is getting a nice shape away from the right-hander here. Always pleasing to see a bowler getting some shape. Outside edge, past the slip fielder. That will be a single there. Lucky break there for Shahnawaz. Oh, that was just wide of the fielder there.
Yes, Shahnawaz is looking a little tentative. Not a lot of foot movement, and you can't blame him for that entirely as well. He's not opened the innings for quite some time, as far as I know. And with the moving ball, it's always going to be difficult for somebody who's not a regular opener.
Beautiful movement again. Plays well inside the line of the delivery there. That's a dot ball. 2 overs bowled, 15 for 1. Shortish delivery this time, looks to go for the cut. Shanu there, missing it. That is a dot ball.
Usman Mani, he's got that wicket of Sandeep Singh Sandy on a good bouncer, well-directed bouncer. Nicely bowled and equally well played.
Yes, for a moment I thought that missed the bat and hit the pads. Would have been disastrous indeed. And wide of the bowler, very lucky. Six of 8. Comes back in this time. Always good to have such a combination opening the attack for you. One bowler who gets the ball to shape away, the other bowler who gets a bit of a shape in. Batsman will have to adjust mentally while taking strike every time. And he's hit it way up in the air. This could be trouble. Trouble it is. Off the toe end, and Shahnawaz has to depart. Not very smart cricket from a very smart cricketer there.
Yes, again, just not the right shot selection. It went high up in the air, and Jeevan Gangadharan taking a very good catch. Shahnawaz Khan out for 6. IGM lose their second wicket. It's 15 for 2. So Yasir Kaleem is the new man in, number 4 for IGM. The man in form and the man who will have to play a big role in this IGM batting lineup. If they want to get to a good total, it is this man who can get them to that score. They are definitely missing Asif Khan today, IGM, Nishant.
Yes, Lala is the one who has been giving them solid starts. That's played away with an open face, and the fielder inside the circle fails to stop it. So they will pick up a single. 3 overs bowled at 16 for the loss of 2 wickets. Jeevan, look at where he's starting. That release point is almost leg stump. And where the ball ended was off in middle. That's the kind of shape he's getting naturally here.
Yes, he can. If he can just get that ball pitching around the off and then shaping away, that slip fielder will definitely come into play.
And Shoaib, it's not even the wind that is assisting him, because he's bowling, the movement of the ball is against the direction of the movement of the wind. Because movement of the wind right now is from the left to the right of your screen, whereas he's getting the ball to move from the right to the left of your screen.
Yes, just naturally gifted. Jeevan Gangadharan gets the ball to move away. Very few in the domestic circuit have that ability to move the ball.
Well, I saw some videos of one certain left-arm seamer as well last night on Instagram.
Oh, you did. That's a good delivery. That is how I try to promote myself. First, I take your Instagram handle, and then I push my videos.
Yes, but some lovely in-swinging Yorkers there.
Again, that movement in the air for Jeevan, just outside off. Normally, he's a very strong offside player, Yasir Kaleem. He likes to play and free his arms all the way from the point to the extra cover region. That is what his strong zone is. But with the situation that he's come in, 16 for 2, he will want to curb that craving and will have to play sensibly, because his wicket is very important for IGM.
Yes, and all teams are busy prepping for the T20 World Cup. UAE and Bangladesh are featured in a 2-match series here at the Dubai Stadium as well. Nicely bowled. Of course, India-Australia played a 3-match series. England and Pakistan are in the middle of a 7-match series. India-South Africa started 3-match T20I series and quite surprisingly played 3 ODIs as well. And the cricket has come to Thiruvananthapuram after a long time, international cricket. My friends in Kerala are all very excited about it. Single taken this time.
End of the over as well. 4 overs have been bowled. 17 for 2 is the score. That is what he's known for, Yasir Kaleem. You bowl him outside off, he'll punish you. Look at that shot, just outside off. Not a very bad delivery, just a super shot from the bat of Yasir Kaleem.
Yes, I did mention the first time I saw him get that Man of the Match award in the last game. There's a lot of Dhoni in the way he plays his shots. Although he thinks his role model is Adam Gilchrist.
Not a bad role model to have.
Not at all. But then I've seen this happen quite a bit, that you, in your head, you have a role model, but then you become like somebody else. That happens quite a bit. So I think thinking about Adam Gilchrist, because he's a right-hander, his batting has somehow quite naturally taken shades of Dhoni.
Down the legs, just a gentle flick, just helped it on its way towards the fine leg boundary for 4. This is not great bowling from Usman Mani, and he's been punished.
This is where I think Ajman heroes will have to ensure that they do not take the foot off the pedal. They cannot allow IGM to make a strong comeback. Push them into a corner. Always better to think about pinning them down as well.
That's much better bowling from Usman, and well played by Yasir Kaleem as well. Anybody who's played against Yasir Kaleem will know that they can't be bowling outside off. So you need to come up with a plan, try to be as close to the middle stump as possible. And he also likes pace on the ball. So the quicker the ball comes, the faster the ball goes off the bat. Maybe a spinner would not be a bad option against Yasir. Goes for the slower delivery, but a full toss, so was very watchful till the end, Yasir Kaleem.
Very difficult to resist that temptation of a leg stump full toss, not to whip it away. Yasir Kaleem doing well to just push it back to the bowler. Short ball is gone for the hook this time, and that will run away to the fence for 4. Expensive over from Usman comes to an end. Not a very convincing shot there, but he gets a boundary nonetheless. It's 29 for 2.
Well bowled on the middle stump. Kuvar, he's been there for quite some time, and he's just faced his second delivery. So most of the time that he's been out is on the non-striking end.
I was just about to make that point as well, that Kuvar has somehow not faced too many deliveries here at all.
Yeah, he came before Yasir Kaleem, and he's just been hanging around at the non-striking end. It won't be that he would complain, because even standing there, you can get into the vibe, the mood. You can watch the ball. You know, you can get your senses right and sharp. Down the leg, called a wide by Shami maybe, the umpire.
He's probably thought that there was some tickle there of the gloves, not to be. None for 7 in his third over. But he's really managed to get the ball to shape brilliantly now into the left-hander. A wide-ish second slip, a gully in position. That is something I'm not a very big fan of, to be very honest, Shoaib. Have two slips and have a big gap between the two. And so many times we see the ball flies in the gap.
Yes, I agree. If the ball is going to go in the slip, you can never be certain it's going to go to the first or the second. It all depends on how poorly connected the shot is, how much of the edge is gone and met the bat. So I agree. I think you need to be absolutely sure where the ball is going to be pitched and how it's going to reach the third slip or fourth. But I think this is more of just taking chances than anything else.
Yes, just going with the gut, I'm pretty sure about that. But somehow, that's nicely cut away. Lovely shot there from Kuvar. Nice way to get off the mark. Nicely uncorking the wrists there to get that power behind the shot.
Beautifully played. Complete control of that shot. He played it exactly where he wanted it to be played and watched it till the end, meeting the bat at the right moment and then just guiding it towards point. Brilliant shot. And he's thanking his gods for that.
Exaggerated movement and the other way for Jeevan there. Kuvar had no business dealing with that. Yes, suddenly it was quite breezy when we started off the game, but now the wind seems to have completely stopped. I mean, not completely, we are still breathing, but you get the drift.
Goes for the in-swinging delivery, bowls it a lot fuller, and Kuvar will get a single. He'll keep strike for the next over. 6 overs have been bowled, 35 for 2, IGM. Sprayed it down the leg side. Will be called a wide. 5 wides from Usman Mani. Now that is not great bowling. You've got 2 early wickets. You want to capitalize on that, but this one was just sprayed down the leg. Nobody could stop that. 5 wides.
It's not the best of deliveries at all. You would never want to bowl that kind of a delivery. Wicketkeeper attempted, but failed.
And especially when you have 2 slips and a backward point, you can't afford to bowl in those areas.
Defender on the onside this time. Not deciding to take the run, which I think is the right call. Nicely tucked away this time. They will pick up a couple of runs quite comfortably. They're 2 down, but the run rate is pretty good. Now, how do you rate this start? Because the last couple of days you've seen teams being about 35 to 45 for no loss after the 10th over. Here, they're going in at almost 6 and over, a little over 6 and over, but they've lost 2 wickets.
Yes, I wouldn't mind this score over that, because what we've also seen is that they've not lost wickets early, but then they've lost wickets in clusters in the middle over, and that's when they've failed to reach to a score. I would rather prefer this, where they're continuously scoring at 6, and if they can get to around 220, 240, maybe 250, I think that's going to be a very good score on this wicket.
I think it all evens out at the end of the day. You lose wickets up front, you lose wickets in the middle. What happens is, in a bid to not lose wickets, well bowled. Yeah, so in a bid to not lose wickets up front, very slow off the blocks. And somewhere around the 25th, 26th over, they start feeling the pressure. Oh, we have not even reached 100. And then they try to score runs, and by the 35th over, they're 5 down.
It's all about pacing the innings. I think that panic button should only be pressed after the 40th over. Wide again from Usman. This time it's on the offside, almost into the hands of the slip fielder. So little wayward Usman Mani has been expensive as well. He got 2 wickets, yes, but he's been all over the place and has given quite a few extras.
It's pretty expensive. Right up in the block hole. But then he has been the man who's picked up the 2 wickets, so the captain won't complain. But he has conceded runs at almost 8 and over as well. Two for 31 and 3.5 overs, beg your pardon, for Usman. Final delivery of his 4th. Again on the pads. And tickled away. The fielder is giving it the chase. Will cut it off. They'll pick up 2. 7 overs bowled. It's 45 for the loss of 2 wickets. Yes, that's the points table for you, Ajman. Heroes there, 2.387. Sri Lions, 1.9. Just reading out the net run rates there because they're going to be very critical. And let's take a look at Interglobe Marine, minus 0.1. And they are at number 8. Now, SCA with that win yesterday have got to 0.24, which I think just about makes them almost certain of a place. Not if both IGM and TVS win their respective games. IGM wins today, TVS wins tomorrow. Then Sharjah Cricket Academy will drop down to number 9, and that would mean that they won't be able to go through. So this is very interesting. However, Interglobe Marine, if they lose badly here, then they will also be in deep trouble. And on that note, it's time to say hello to Asim.
Thank you, Nishant. And yes, very interesting after last night's win there for SCA. Both the teams, in fact, IGM and TVS, would be sort of, cursing that why that big win came through. They could have won, but that small margin would haven't made that difference that we're talking about. But now that they have become positive in terms of their run rate, this is definitely going to be troublesome. And mind you, both the teams who are hunting for a victory here, they both are playing against teams that have been undefeated.
Not the ideal scenario. If any of the two, oh, again looking to go for the drive there. Oopsie. What was the wicketkeeper trying to do? Was just trying to be a little cheeky.
Well,
You ever done anything of that kind, Asim?
well, never did, because I rarely used to have a slip fielder in place. Either it would be a flying slip, not that close. So these pass-ons would usually be the flat ones, not just pop it in the air.
More to the short mid-wicket fielder at times.
Yeah, especially when you're going a bit on the aggressive side of things, trying to over-attack, you might get that fielder in. But ideal would be that, that's flying slip, a leg, a second or third slip, somewhere between that. You would want that sort of fielder coming through, because in T20 cricket you usually have, slash hard, and even if you want to attack, you just can't go the typical, first slip position where the batsman is trying to go a bit hard, unless you have that extra bounce coming in from the bowler. Well, a really surprising move coming in here for sending Shahnawaz up the order. Someone who was in form, I think, and someone who does not usually open, has always batted in the middle overs, and he has been very consistent. Just didn't understand the reason of he being pushed as a scapegoat there.
If he wanted to promote him, I think number 4 would have been an ideal position for him to walk out, maybe 5. Considering they lost 2 wickets earlier, or probably had he not opened, they wouldn't have lost those 2 wickets early.
Well, see, you are losing out on your man in form, which is Asif Khan. Unfortunately, he had to travel because of an emergency. Now, when you want to replace an opener, you probably go with someone who is a bit rusty, not finding touch, push him up the order, try to have that experiment, because anyways it's an experiment of sending someone who is not a national opener. Why not push somebody who is not in form, ask him to express himself and play?
Wouldn't have been a very bad idea for Asif Mumtaz himself to come out either. 8 overs bowled, 46 for 2.
8 overs, 46 for 2 here, and there is a change in the bowling. And it is going to be from the SCA end, Ajmal. And now when we talk about Ajmal, he reminds you of that bowler with the most unique bowling action there, Vikramasinghe from Sri Lanka. He has that sort of a move before delivering. Picked up only 1 wicket though, 3 matches. Doesn't come with that extra pace there, but what's important is that he has been a vital asset for the team in terms of being that pinch hitter coming in the middle overs, you know, towards the last quarter of the innings and giving it those whack that's required, especially when they were batting first. It'll be a different scenario altogether. Meanwhile, placed it in the gap. Ankur Sangwan is putting in the chase, and he will keep it down to a couple of runs. Now, as we talk about Ankur Sangwan, it will be interesting to see when he comes down to bowl a few. Here, IGM has recovered themselves from that initial setback. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, we have South Africa struggling, 8 for 4. They need a comeback there.
A couple of runs taken there. Yes, 8 for 4 with de Kock, Bavuma, Riley Russo, and now David Miller out. Arshdeep Singh has picked up 3, and he's on a hat-trick. 50 up for IGM, though.
Well, it's a different feeling altogether, not watching the game and calling it. Well, nonetheless, always keep an eye on things that are happening around the globe as far as the cricketing world is concerned. Nicely driven. This is typical Yasir Kaleem. We'll have to wait and see. Does it have enough legs? Yes, it does. Fielder has given up. And that's another cracking shot from Yasir. The way he's batting, do you even feel that IGM were 14 for 2?
Absolutely not. And now in hindsight, they were 14 for 2 in the 3rd or 4th over. And Yasir came out to bat. He's been the man in form. Why not open with him?
Well, I think teams get a bit conservative in terms of having that sort of an approach. Why would you want to push, you know, disturb? Basically, disturb is the right word. Someone who's in rhythm, batting at a very, you know, he's been that crucial man for you in terms of, as far as the backbone of the team is concerned. You would not want to touch that player. He's performing at that spot. Let him perform there. If he doesn't perform, it's a different story, but you don't want to fidget around with this position and invite a different trouble which you do not have answers to.
Wish they thought on the same lines with Shahnawaz Khan as well.
Well, I was really surprised and taken aback by that decision of Shahnawaz Khan opening. Not that he's not a good player, but it's all about the man in form who's scoring runs in the fag end of the innings and just giving his wicket away. Meanwhile, end of over number 9, 54 for 2. Played upish, and that's the end of Kumar Pathak. Look at that. Straight to the point region, and that's the third casualty. The man who was expected to perform here has played an upish drive towards the point region, and he falls for 9. Not the ideal looking debut here for him, even though got off his first boundary at the Sharjah Stadium, a cracking one, but not a convincing performance here on the debut. 9 of 14 for Kumar Pathak, and he is making his way back. IGM 54 for 3. Vishnu Sukumaran is the new man. Look at that, 3 innings and 1 run. Now comes out in a situation wherein he's expected to score for the team. You couldn't have asked for a more pressure situation. Now he has delivered, not that he has not. The team would entirely back him up with the abilities that he possesses.
We'll just have to probably say, oh, chance of a run out. Well, that was very risky. That is what happens when you've got just 1 run scored in 2 games.
Well, I think if you closely look at the calling between the two, Yasir took off that start, that trigger movement to go for the run. That was enough for Vishnu to believe that that was a yes. And that's what created that confusion. Luckily, Ankur Sangwan shying at the wrong end.
Pushed away this time. That is very nicely placed. And come back for 2 runs then. Vishnu has outscored himself. .56 for the loss of 3 wickets in the 10th over. Vishnu is batting on 2 of 2.
.56 for 3 here. Again going for his pet shot. He loves playing in the extra cover, but slight movement of the ball after pitching, moving away and getting that thick outside edge. Going to the third man. That brings Yasir Kaleem. Now yet another situation, yet another game for this man to perform. Now, he's always been pushed into this situation. He's most of the time performed for the team. They would always want to back that Yasir, go ahead, have a go again.
Yes, nice opportunity for him, no 2 ways about it, to once again get some runs. Get everything right. Try and take IGM to 220. We've seen in the last couple of days that should not be a bad score on this wicket, really.
Well, I think, you know, IGM at the moment completely relying on these 2 batters there. Asif Khan, who scored in excess of 2,000 runs in the season, and Yasir Kaleem, who's slightly behind in excess of 1,800 runs in the season. Now, the next men to follow, not even close to half of what Asif has scored.
And they'll really have to find somebody who gives him the support. Very good Yorker there from Jeevan.
Imagine the situation, spinners have not been introduced yet and they've lost 3 wickets already to the Pacers. Meanwhile, we'll continue that chat. IGM after 10 overs, they are 57 for 3. What a delivery there from Ajmal. First delivery to Vishnu Sukumaran, right in the block hole.
Well, AJMAN heroes have not missed their spinners yet because the seamers are actually swerving the ball so much in the air.
Absolutely, and they should not underestimate this pair out there. Now, they are known for performing in these situations where the team is down and a comeback is expected out of them. And they come out and deliver. They've done it so many times, I don't want to jinx that. But it's just that making people aware, those are listening to us, they've done it a lot of times. Do not underestimate.
Back of a length this time. .57 for 3 in the 11th over. Vishnu 3 of 6. Beautiful delivery, and as he found the edge, the keeper is convinced. The umpire finally raises his finger. Probably was waiting for the bowler to appeal, it seems.
Well, not about the bowler to appeal, but looked at the square leg umpire to see if there was a nod there. And given out, I think Vishnu would find himself unlucky.
Yes, my first impression was daylight between bat and ball.
Absolutely.
We'll have to take a closer look, of course. Vishnu Sukumaran for now is out for 3 of 7.
Well, I'd say unlucky. Unlucky Vishnu Sukumaran. I was really surprised Mohammad Asif wasn't convinced to give that out. Why would you want to actually look at the square leg umpire?
I think the wicketkeeper is absolutely confident. The bowler was so confident that he didn't even bother looking back. He was almost celebrating. But then he realized the umpire has not given him out. So he turned around to look at the umpire. That's when he raised his finger.
Very interesting call there. That soft touch of Shivam's bat there. Not the ideal way to get off the mark, but he would take that. Now there will be a lot of hopes on this man, Shivam Sharma.
And that is my problem with having fielders in the slip not closely together. If you have a couple of slips, I've seen this innumerable times. You have a first slip and a third slip, or a first slip and a fourth slip, and the ball will invariably go in the gap.
Absolutely. I mean, you talk about it. Ball to go here in the 11th, 59 for 4. IGM struggling at the moment here.
Shivam. Now they've got the slip packed together. 3 in place, but all 3 one after the other. 11 bowled, 59 for 4. Twelfth over in progress. Pretty much like the first match to be played on this wicket, where we didn't see signs of spin till over number 13.
Now you can expect Asif Mumtaz to pad up and come out. Now that phase has come in the game wherein he might take that step of being that brave captain, come out and pull the momentum back.
Well bowled, very well bowled. Yasir Kaleem here. He's got stuck in a situation where there is a lot of trouble going on around him.
Defending champions are in trouble. 59 for 4 at 11.2. Down the leg side, and that will be called as a wide.
Yes, the magic not happening on that occasion. He had been getting those balls to end at often middle. Beginning of the innings. Of course, now the ball is 6 overs old. Once again, it is going to be Kaleem who's got to go on. Four more deliveries to go in this over.
Well, I wonder what would be going through his head there, Kaleem.
Very well bowled. Just a little hint of movement into the right-hander. I think Kaleem one thing that he would definitely want to ensure is that he doesn't throw his wicket away. Good leave outside the off stump.
Excellent stuff there. I think the temperament will be tested here of Yasir Kaleem. He'll have to slow things down. It'll be interesting to see that passage of play where the spinners come in from both the ends.
Yes, that is going to be extremely interesting. Nicely driven. Gorgeous looking shot. That just sped away off the bat.
Well, even Jeevan knew. The moment it hit his bat, he knew it was a boundary. No point looking there.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that was so beautifully timed, and those forearms producing a lot of power as well. Wicketkeeper telling him the same thing. How did it go so quickly?
I think an evident answer would have been, come to the gym, I'll show you.
This is dot ball to finish the over. 64 for 4.
Very calm, very composed batter there, Shivam Sharma. Takes a single, comfortable one. 13th over here in progress. IGM 64 for 4. And the moment Shoaib has started to come in the comp box, things have not fared well for the teams, for the batters. Especially in the second innings. So IGM would want Shoaib to be here in the comp box for all the overs.
Ideally, yes. Always been a very good wicket taker, both on and off the field.
Have to wait and see what, what just happened there? Ansar Khan losing the side of the ball completely. Ball not bouncing as he was anticipating, and look at that.
Yes, Kaleem moves on to 31 of 34 now. He is the one who's got to hang around. Full delivery. Defended. Another dot ball.
Well, I think this is the right passage of play where they introduce the spinners and try to test these batters, because Yasir specifically, he is playing these fast bowlers very sensibly, only picking on those bad deliveries which are coming through. The good ones are left alone to the wicketkeeper. Shot, glorious, stand and deliver. Yasir Kaleem special towards the extra cover.
Yes, that was very nicely done. He just screamed it through the offside. And finding the boundary there. Yasir and shots through the offside are a different love story. .35-36 now on the pads, tucked away. Should pick up a single.
.5, 74 for 4. Are we on for another low-scoring game, Nishant?
Well, as long as Yasir is there in the middle, it's difficult to say that.
Well, you still have Waqas Ali, who's there to follow. Meanwhile, another glorious-looking shot. Does not have enough legs there. Yasir generates that power. Unfortunately, Shivam did not have that power on that shot, but nicely timed though. Slightly a heavy bed on that part of the ground. Doesn't travel that fast. Couple of runs here for Shivam Sharma. Brings an over to the end. 13 overs gone. In fact, 13 gone, 76 for 4. Would have been trouble there for Yasir. Had that been a direct hit, that would have been really, really close. Let's look at that. Driven nicely. Would have been touch and go, Nishant.
Absolutely, yes. So first signs of spin as Nasir comes in.
Well, I think one of the reasons they would have wanted to prolong their, introducing the spin is because of the twilight condition that was there. It is still there, but, relatively the effect of that daylight is not as significant as it was a couple of overs back. And then that's one of the reasons it's difficult to play a fast bowler in those conditions. So they always, I think that was the idea behind continuing with the fast bowlers there.
And play a fast bowler who is swinging the ball.
I would have really loved to see an Usman coming in bowling those short pitch deliveries at the new man. That would have made even more worse and, would have utilized the condition a lot better.
So now let's see. This pitch has assisted spinners who have been willing to be assisted. And that is an appeal, but it's very difficult. After the turn that he got of the previous delivery, it will be very difficult for him to convince the umpire that he's going to hit the stumps.
Well, I think two things there, right? He was way forward in terms of his defense. what that does is that gives that extra margin for the ball to turn, so that imaginary Hawkeye, that the virtual Hawkeye that the umpire has in his mind, definitely ball drifting down the leg, turning a bit too extra.
Very watchful this time off the back foot. I think the only way he can really get a right-hander out leg before bowling over the wicket with that amount of turn is if he pitches the ball well outside the off stump and the batsman is off the back foot and is hit in front of the stumps.
Absolutely there. Shivam, space 7 deliveries for a 5. Dangerous looking shot. They're stepping down. There's a shot mid-wicket in place. Couple of runs taken. Comfortable too.
I think Ajman Heroes should take a leaf out of SCA. The way they bowled last night, the way they really brought their field in at the right time. Now you picked up 4 wickets. You've got a new man in the middle. I think that fielder who is at short mid-wicket should come a little further up and become a catching position.
Probably at that second carpet which is there. Look at that. Now, 6s galore in that region. One is the king, the other one is the prince. They will keep targeting that area.
Yes, that was a lovely shot and very effortless looking shot as well. Hit over the top. 14 overs bowled. 85 for the loss of 4 wickets, and it's time for a drink.
Well, so at the drinks break here, 14 overs, 85 for 4. And joining me in the combox is none other than Sir Mazhar Khan. Very good evening to you, sir.
Good evening to you too, Asim.
Well, there was an interesting thing that I was, trying to understand how this entire science behind this dual tone grass effect, the 3D effect on in the stadium's work. If you closely check, the camera, excellent work, the excellent capture. If you're moving in that direction, you check, the one on the left side was lighter, the one on the right side was darker. Now, as the camera changed, coming in on the reverse order, the one on the left is lighter and the one on the right is the darker shade.
I think this is the technology of today's world. And when you move these machines in one direction, it cuts one side. And when you bring it back, it cuts on the other side. So, it gives you a feeling of as if, it has been up and down. But actually it is the technology which is, I think that this is what, it's not a handmade thing, I would say. This is something, and it looks beautiful.
And I happened to discuss that with the ground staff there, and the one doing that trimming work, they happened to share that experience. How does that happen? Excellent shot there from Yasir Kaleem, standing tall on the back foot there, punching it. Ball almost winning the race, not to be so, Usman. Excellent throw from the deep, but saving that one run, they managed to take 3.
That was a beautiful drive. A back foot punch. And a lovely stop there. Saved a single.
Well, you've seen fast bowlers bend their back when they're bowling, bending their back while fielding. That's something, a tall fast bowler, it's a tough thing to do there, but a very flexible character, Usman Mani. Nicely played, dot ball.
Well, the partnership is around 31. I think they're just trying to consolidate after losing 4 wickets. IGM, one of the top sides here. They need to pull out of the woods. The Ajman heroes have bowled well to pick up 4 wickets. Lovely shot. Punches it through the mid-wicket region for a lovely boundary.
Look at that. There was no fielder on the onside except for that mid-on. And look at that comfortable looking pull there from Shivam Sharma. Talking about Shivam, in previous edition of the Bukhatir League, no team managed to dismiss Shivam Sharma throughout the tournament except for Bukhatir 11 in the finals.
Really, that's a good performance, and that's how, I mean, the way he's shaping up looks good.
Very confident chap, and loves playing spinners, playing in that extra cover zone, and we'll see a lot more of these shots when the left-arm spinners come in. There are 2 of them, Ankur Sangwan and Harshit Kaushik in Ajman Heroes side. Quick single there.
So you were talking about the curator. What was his understanding on that?
Well, it was purely about the weight transfer on the grass in one direction. You go in one direction from the Sharjah, that one patch, one layer that you see, the light color. You start pressing on it from the Bukhatir end to the SEA end, and from when you are coming back, you don't take that patch. Meanwhile, excellent shot here coming in from Yasir Kaleem, picks up that short delivery and punishes it.
That's a lovely shot. A little shot, and he rolls back and punishes it to the mid-wicket region for another boundary.
Well, you're talking about weight transfer on the grass. Yasir completely showing the weight transfer on his back foot, playing an exquisite shot. So yeah, continuing about that, it's about, going in one direction and not taking that same path. The next patch, you have to, face the Bukhatir end from the SEA end. That makes it.
So the size of the grass is the same. There is no difference. But the look of the grass is totally different when you roll back from one end to the other.
Now, one thing which is interesting is, you look at it from here, it feels that the one on the right is lighter, the one on the left is the dark shade. But exactly those 2 patches, when you go on the other side and view it, it's going to be exactly opposite.
Opposite, yeah.
It's about bending the grass on the other direction.
So it's the weight of the machine which bends the grass, and that's how I think the color looks different.
Absolutely. That's how, it always used to put me in that, sort of understanding. How does this happen? Do they paint it, or what do they do?
And some of the grounds, they cut in circles. That also looks beautiful. I mean, you go to England and
Australia.
In Australia, they make it in such lovely circles that it's measured to the inch.
And with these technologies coming in play, you actually make the ground look a lot beautiful aesthetically.
I totally agree with you. I mean, from the time we have got this machine, you know, we used to just always think of how this is done, how it is done. You know, then when we got this machine, then when our gardeners and all, they got used to it. They did take some time, but I think now they are experts in, you know, on their daily routine work, as a daily routine work. So one shot, IGM 99 for 4 with veteran Nasir from the Sharjah cricket end.
Nasir from the 90s.
Yes, a former World Cup player for UAE. Played the 2015 World Cup in Australia. This one turns it sharply.
And now I really love this field position here from Nasir Aziz. He has a short square leg in place. You know, not the orthodox short square leg, but slightly closer to standing in front of the umpire.
No ball? No ball has been given.
No ball. Very interesting. Is it because of the number of fielders coming in on the onside? Yes, I think so.
You can't have 4.
Well, there were 6, I think, before this delivery.
Oh, this guy was behind the...
Well, you can still have 2 behind the square.
This one hit up in the air. It's going to be in trouble. And that was a no ball.
It was a free hit there.
A free hit there.
Free license coming in for Shivam Sharma.
Yasir, was it? Oh, yeah, Shivam Sharma, that's right. So, no damage done there for IGM. The 47th Bukhatir League. Today we are playing the 16th game. If I'm not wrong.
One more game to go after this, and mind you, both the teams, IGM and TVS, both will be looking for a victory. And mind you, both the teams are playing against teams that are undefeated.
Right. Okay.
Look at the situation they are into right now.
That's good fielding. Very well stopped in the point region.
Stopping a certain boundary there.
Strongly cut by Yasir Kaleem. Moves on to 47 of 44 deliveries. Shivam seems like a slim cricketer. This one goes back and plays it defensively on the onside.
End of 16 overs here. IGM 102 for 4. I think there's a miscalculation there. A ball to go in the 16th over.
I think that was the no ball which the umpire must have missed out. Defensively played.
No changes to the score. Remains the same. 16 overs gone. 1-0-2 for 4. So finally, we see a left-arm spinner being introduced into the attack. It is going to be Ankur Sangwan coming in from the SCA end. And we'll have to wait and see how do these two batters approach, because they love playing left-arm spinners.
Tossed up outside the off stump, gathered by the keeper.
No turn whatsoever coming through. It was a quicker delivery, though, I would say. Or in fact, didn't have that enough opportunity to turn. This one did. Nicely played by Yasir Kaleem. Plays with a heavy bat and has that heavy backlift as well, which generates that power which we talk about.
Yeah. He's into the circuit for long. Yasir Kaleem, a consistent batsman.
Well, I think for a player to come out of a career-threatening injury and performing this consistently is something I would say.
Was he judged earlier?
Yeah, he was. He had a surgery. He had a sciatica problem, because of which, was, on completely out of cricket for at least 2 years, and then making a comeback, making a statement that I am not done. I have some unsettled affairs.
Oh, that's dropped. That's very well bowled and straight to the first slip. And should have been taken.
Well, let's look at that. It was pitched up. Yasir was invited. Don't know what happened. I think he lost that vision, it seems, completely. He did not even touch the ball.
He did touch it. I think he got it to his fingers.
And Yasir has brought us 50. Now he's going to keep on enticing Yasir to go for that extra cover upish drive with that slip in place and with that slight movement.
Good field placement for him. A slip, a back foot point, an extra cover, a cover, and a mid off. And he's bowling just shade outside the off stump. All the deliveries bowled so far, letting the batsman guess at times whether it will turn or not. End of his first over. Ankur finishes his first over, giving away 4 runs. IGM 107 for 4. This one rocks back and beautifully strikes through the point region. Fielder chases up, just stops on the boundary.
They managed to get two here, two important runs. I think they're going at a very decent pace here. It's just that they've lost, in my opinion, they've lost two extra wickets here. I think 109 for 2 at this stage, I think would have been ideal for IGM.
Quietly placed on the onside. Well, the partnership so far is 52, so the good comeback by IGM. And both Shivam and Yasir Kaleem are middling the ball well.
I think that's a lot better here coming in from Nasir Aziz. Now, during the toss, Asif Mumtaz specified that there is a lot of turn which is coming through in the next second innings, usually in the previous games that you've seen. And the wicket is not typical Sharjah wicket that we've seen, that it's going to be a flat track, easy to bat on. No, it's not going to be that. There is a wear and tear that happens in the first phase, becomes a lot difficult to bat on later on. But what my question is, if there is due, would the bowlers be that effective?
Well, depends. If he's a wrist spinner, then probably he can turn the ball and take that advantage. And though when the ball is wet, it is always difficult to have the grip and bowl. But you're right. We have noticed in the last 2-3 days, I think the team batting second, they are sort of struggled. Yesterday or day before yesterday, you saw 7 wickets taken by a fast bowler. And earlier it was the spinners. So, could be that batting first is an advantage now?
Well, it's still a subjective thing, I would say. I would always back with the strengths that my team possesses and not just what has happened in the previous games. But nonetheless, continue the chat. 18 overs gone here. 109 for 4 IGM.
Ankur continues from the Sharjah Cricket Academy end, and he will be bowling to Shivam. This one tossed up, makes it a half volley and drives it into the point region.
Looks like a very, he has a lot of time, Shivam, when playing those shots. So calm, so composed with his approach. 21 of 18 for him. Yasir batting on 53 of 55.
Beautiful shot. It goes back and punches it into the extra cover region for a boundary. That's a lovely shot.
Was there a chance is what I'm... look at the expression there of the fielder. Played... yes, definitely there was a chance which went down.
I think he was a bit slow to move towards the delivery.
They need to actually learn from these mistakes where Yasir, whenever he's hitting those shots, not going to come slow at you.
He's hitting the ball hard. Beautifully picked up again into the vacant extra cover region. Another boundary.
And he's slightly fuller in length and then getting that punishment. Now, to any other batsman, that was a very good delivery. But to Yasir Kaleem, that's something which has been his strength over the years.
Lovely pickup. Ankur is being punished this over.
Again on the back foot, playing it wide off, long off. And Yasir will get a single. Batting at a brisk pace here, in excess of 100 strike rate. And so is Shivam.
Misfield in the point region by Nasser, and another single to Shivam, moves on to 22 of 19. Shivam seems to be very composed in his way he's approaching this inning, and Yasser seems to be a little aggressive now. This one well bowled.
Well, 19 gone here. IJM 120 for 4. Here comes Nasir Aziz. So they are batting and they're playing him out very sensibly. He's getting that.
Yes, they are giving him that respect because Nasir is bowling good line and length, and he's got that ability to turn the ball.
I think that is one of the good ways to play out an off spinner who's turning a lot, stepping down, cutting that probability of that LBW. Anything that comes in the zone can be played in your strongest areas that you can back. One good thing about Nasir, the way he's bowling here, he's finishing at the middle and leg stick line. Now that makes it really difficult for the batters to exploit that offside condition, offside area, which they fancy a lot. Both of them, in fact.
You're true. I mean, that's the way he's bowling. He's not giving them any width at all, be it on the offside or on the onside. And that's the reason probably they are respecting him for the way he's bowling. And anything over-pitched, I'm sure they'll take the chances to punish.
I think they should not get impatient here, both these batters.
Yeah.
They have a long way to go. Just about playing out good deliveries. Give it that respect which it deserves. Ball is gonna definitely err somewhere, as was one instance.
Again, bowled well. Just keeping it in line with the wickets. Nasir bowling is fourth over now. Given away so far 16 runs. And Shivam cautious as well. And this one inside out. Beautiful delivery. A beautiful shot.
Now that's a flat six. You can't hit a six flatter than that. Look at that. Stepping down. All the way.
Beautiful shot. The way he picked up, he danced down and then opened the face of his blade and ensured that played into the vacant extra cover boundary for a six.
Now those that wasn't that bad delivery there from Nasir. He just stepped out and made it within his reach. Glorious looking shot. Shivam Sharma.
Defensively played this time. And end of the over. 20 overs gone. IGM 127 for the loss of 4 wickets.
That was Yasir's innings there. Some glorious shots there. Piercing those gaps on offside is something that has been his forte. And that pull shot coming in with a lot of power. Batted beautifully and batting in the situation when the team needed him the most. Again, playing it on the offside, and I think if you take his wagon wheel out, I think 85% of the runs would be scored on the offside.
I agree. He's too strong on the offside and played some marvelous shots there.
And when we talk about playing on the offside, out of those 85%, I think 80% of them would come in the extra cover. He was so strong with his wrists.
Ankur continues from the Sharjah Cricket Academy end, and Shivam is the batsman facing him. This one quietly plays it into the offside for a single.
I think those patches are now visible on the wicket. Now this is something that's what Asif Mumtaz was talking about during the toss, and slightly that chat before the toss as well, that things get a bit difficult for the batters later on. It slows down as well. Now they would be hoping that there is no dew that comes through, which makes it easier for the batters.
I think it all depends on your application, you know. A good cricketer can get runs anywhere. So it's all in his mind, I suppose, to, you know, meet up to all the requirements. That's why they say there's a good batsman and there's a great batsman. That's the difference between the two. And a great batsman gets you runs on any surface. And this time, arm ball came straight, sort of, and no run. Shivam slowly and steadily moving, getting on with his score, 29 of 27 deliveries. This one off the back foot plays it into the vacant cover region. A single.
Batting at a very decent pace here, IGM. Excellent partnerships worth 74 runs, and that's what they were looking at. Now they need to focus on the next 25 from here on. That was an invitation to go after him. Yasir said, no, I am not going to go after it. 21 overs gone here. IGM 131 for 4.
Nasir continues from the Bukhatir end, and a dot ball to start with. Shivam at times cautious and making sure that, you know, he stays there for long inning. Again on the line, plays back. Placed in the covers region. Beautiful shot, lovely shot, very well picked up, one bounce into the fence, A great shot by Shivam. Inside out. Made sure that he played it into the vacant extra cover region.
The hallmark of this innings so far has been the rate at which IGM are going on right now. 6.3 with a 78-run partnership that has come at very quick time. Kaleem 64 of 62, Shivam 34 of 31. Both batsmen striking at more than a run a ball.
They seem to be confident, Nishant, in placing the ball well, and the loose deliveries have been punished. And some of the good deliveries also were hit for a lovely 4 and a 6. This time, defensively played in the cover region.
Yes, they've hardly shown any kind of pressure whatsoever.
As you see, so far 15 4s and 2 6s have been hit. That shows the, the quality of cricket they have played.
22 overs bowled is 135 for 4.
Ankur continues from the Sharjah Cricket Academy end, and he will be bowling to Yasir Kaleem, batting on a good 64 of 62 deliveries. This one off the back foot, cuts it hard, but straight to the fielder. No run.
He gets away with that, Ankur. That was not the best of deliveries. Too much room and, of course, a little too short as well. Gave Kaleem ample time to go back and smash it, but it went straight to the fielder, fortunately for Ankur.
This time plays it into the mid-off region for a single.
Swept. Again, just a single. Now, the way with which these two are batting, it doesn't look like there is a lot of opportunity for the Ajman bowlers to really tie them down. So the best way, the only way probably for them to make a comeback in the game is by picking up these 2 wickets.
This one firmly struck again in the extra cover region, picked up on the boundary line, a single. And the way Yasir is going back and hitting the ball firmly, that shows he's in good nick. He's hardly mishitting it. And right from the middle of the blades, Shivam, though bowling a little outside the off stump, probably just trying to make sure that he wants to bowl on one side of the wicket. This one taken on full. They cross over for a single.
A little bit of a fumble there. Tidy over this from Ankur. Final delivery of over number 23.
'Cause 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 'cause
And was that in the air?
It was in the air, I suppose. Just must have fallen in front of him. End of the over, number 23. IJMAN 139 for the loss of 4 wickets, with Kaleem on 66 and Shivam on 36.
Nasser into his 6th. Easy single again, putting pressure on the fielder there.
So far they have done very well, both the batsmen. They have not taking, except for a catch dropped in the slip. Yasser was a bit lucky there. Otherwise, they have done very well to build a partnership, and this time turns viciously, but Yasser goes back and plays it back to the bowler.
Yasser in that first game against the Sri Lions got out for a duck. Followed up with a 93 ball 112 against Pacific Group. And now this 50.
Gently dabbed on the onside. No run. Giving that respect to the bowler. Probably he's going in for a big inning, Nishant.
He has to.
Chip.
Tickled away.
Chip.
Run the first one hard. We'll look for the second. And we'll get it quite comfortably as well.
Chip. Chip.
I think just about the right time for him to probably shift down a gear and try and just be a little secure in the next 7-8 overs.
Very well bowled again. Straight to the fielder. That's square leg, no run. End of the over, number 24. It's 143 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Dropped. Hit straight back at Ankur. That was hit with a lot of power, I agree. But then these are the catches which they tend to stick.
His hands came a bit awkward. And the fingers were facing, you know. Lucky for Shivam.
This one is left alone. I'm pretty sure had the previous one not been a drop chance, he would have actually tried to hack this one.
He could have hurt himself. Lucky. Just drifting on the onside. Well bowled.
It's very
Good comeback by Shivam, by Ankur.
went for a few runs in his first 3 overs. Last couple have been pretty decent. And he gets it past the infielder. And it's been just about stopped by Jeevan.
Needs to be checked. With that boundary, Shivam moves on to 39. Just keeping a good pace, run a ball. I still feel a lovely wicket, Nishant, to bat on. You know.
It is. I think it's all about the application. We've seen teams who have applied themselves, have got runs.
Well bowled, beautiful delivery. End of the over, 25 gone. Nasir continues from the Bukhatir end. Plays it into the Yasir Kaleem. Into the mid-on region. Well fielded by Adnan Mulk rather.
So Kaleem has just slowed down a little bit, 68 of 73. Pushed back to the bowler this time.
Mind you, he's bowling his 7th over. He's done well so far. Bowled a good line and length. And some of his good deliveries were taken on. That's a wide delivery. Get back for the second. Kalisha is having a tough time. No movement of feet, that's the reason.
Yes, he'll be the best judge of that.
Very well bowled. This came in sharply and very effectively played by Yasir Kaleem. Full of confidence.
Nicely bowled again. Another defensive push. Just feel that Yasir Kaleem is not going to take his chances against spinners, at least right now.
Taking his time. He knows that he has to stay there. End of the over number 26. Ankur continues from the Sharjah Cricket Academy end, and he will be bowling to Shivam. He's bowled well for his 5 overs, given away just 26 runs, though these batsmen are playing very well. Cut straight to the fielder, no run. Just on the leg stump and swept well. Square leg region for a single.
Just get a feeling that Kaleem and Shivam, they've understood that the quick runs that they scored up front gives them that bit of leverage to just play out this phase without any casualty.
I think between Nasir and Ankur, they have nearly bowled about 11 or 12 overs so far. Shot delivery goes back and plays it into the extra cover region. Take one, they take two.
Couple of runs there. Yasir Kaleem is on strike, and that has brought the 150 up for IGM. Tossed up, that has been driven past the non-striker this time. Single taken. That'll bring Shivam on strike.
Good going by Shivam, 41 of 46. And Ankur bowling last delivery of his 6th over.
Chopped away past the slip fielder. Nasir giving it the chase. They will comfortably pick up 2. And that will be the end of over number 27. It's 153 for the loss of 4 wickets after 27.
Nasser continues from the Bukhatir end, bowling his 8th over now, given away 32 runs so far. And but the quality of play seen between Kaleem and Shivam is excellent. Good batting. And this time goes back and quietly plays it into the onside, no run. They're giving that respect to Nasser because they know that after him probably he's quite a canny bowler, well experienced all these years, and this time again played beautifully through the covers for a boundary. This was a bit short, and Yasir Kaleem rocked back and placed it well into the extra cover region for a boundary.
No, that's his zone. And the power that he generates when he hits the ball through the offside is incredible. And that's why these two batting sensibly is so much more dangerous, because you know for a fact that they can play their shots at will. Well, there's a bit of an appeal there. They're going upstairs.
Ricochets off his hand.
Well, these days, of course, the umpires check for that as well, the third umpire, whether it has hit your hand or not. I'm pretty sure you remember the era in which once the bowler appealed, it was considered that it has hit his hand, and the umpire would only check whether the batsman was in his crease.
That's safe. Bat well inside the crease. I'm not sure whether it touched Nasser Aziz's hand also.
And thankfully, the non-strike was safely home.
If this partnership continues for another 5 to 10 overs from here, IGM should be looking for around 300 runs on the scoreboard. So far, 16 fours have been hit with 2 sixes.
$157 for 4. Kaleem 75 of 84 right now. Again looking good for another 100 here.
And the 100-run partnership is there. Drives it elegantly into the long off region. A single.
Final delivery of the over. 8th over from Nasser, none for 37.
Defensively played. End of the over. 28 gone. 158 for 4.
Oh, in fact, there's still a delivery to go. And they come back for 2 with that direct hit. Direct hit. This could be interesting. I've gone upstairs.
Nicely picked up.
That is a rarity that we've seen. Direct hits are very rare in this tournament. Oh, he's home.
He's home. The wicket keeper Khalid Shah was pretty excited. So Shivam continues.
Yes, now the over has come to an end. 28 bowled, 160 for 4.
Bowling change. Is it same bowler?
Harshit is introduced into the attack now. Harshit Kaushik.
Good stop. Very well bowled. Good line. Made sure that there was no single given. Drives it in the mid-wicket area. No run.
That's another single down to long off. So Shivam will have an opportunity here to get to his half century. He's batting on 44.
Played very sensibly. Applied himself and run a ball. Not a bad inning.
Nicely bowled again. He's just keeping it very straight at the moment. Not giving either of the batsmen much room outside the off stump.
Again a good delivery. Flighted one though, but straightened up, played back, and that's the end of the over. First over from Harshit. It's given away 3 runs.
29 overs bowled, 163 for the loss of 4 wickets.
We have a change in the commentary box. Dishant has taken a break, and Shoaib joins us with IGM 163 for 4. A change in the bowling end. It's Usman who's taken up. After bowling his 4 overs, 2 for 33, he's back in action.
Thank you, Mazhar sir, and good evening to all our viewers, not only in the UAE but all around the world, because you've got access. We are streaming and beaming all across the globe. IGM 163 for 4. They've made a strong comeback in this game after losing some early wickets.
That's played a bit uppish. Takes the inner edge into the fine leg region.
I think what he was trying to do there was just clear the mid-on fielder, because they've got a mid-wicket and a mid-on both inside the circle. So eyeing that opportunity, wanted to play it up and over. Just couldn't get close to the ball. Luckily, the ball did not hit the stumps after getting that edge. Good ball.
Played straight back and fielded for a single. I think Yasser should just relax and not to overdo things. That was a bit uppish.
You're right. I think he's just a little itchy now because he's on 80 and he wants to hit every ball for boundaries. He just needs to.
Usman is a good bowler, Shoaib, and it's
Absolutely
not that easy that you can just go after him. This one a bit short, and beautiful shot. He went back, Shivam. One bounce into the fence.
Again, sir, eyeing that vacant mid-on area. It was a short ball, but look at that. It was outside off. He pulled it from there and played it over mid-on and mid-wicket. This is good batting from Shivam.
Played a very composed inning so far.
And he's also scored at a quick rate, 48 of just 50 deliveries.
This one wraps him on the pads. A leg by, I suppose.
I think it got some bat onto it and hence no signal from the umpire. He moves on to 48 of 51. So in fact it was a leg by because the score hasn't changed for Shivam. 169 on the board.
And it's dropped.
Well, looks like it was a catch, or was it a bump? But whatever it was, it had to be collected cleanly. A misfield has allowed them the single, but they're looking at each other. Well, very difficult to say from here whether it was hit right from the bat or did it just bounce after hitting the bat. Regardless, it was never a catch because it was not taken in the end. 30 overs have been bowled. 170 for 4. far. That was the wicket of Kuwar. And this, again, very close call. But on one end, it was Yasir Khalil who was playing the shots all around the park. Some really good drives, some really good back-foot punches as well. Shivam also joining the party and hitting some good shots on the offside and on the onside as well. Some really poor bowling has helped the cause for IGM to come back into this game, but it has been a Yasir Khalil show all throughout the innings. He's still out there along with Shivam. And as you can see, a lot of shots have been played in that extra cover area. This was the last boundary in the previous over from Shivam.
So they are what?
So Harshit continues after the break. Gets the arm ball in, some movement in the air, but very, very well placed by Yasir Khalil towards long off for a single.
Harshit is not turning the ball, but you know his balls are either being bowled straight or arm ball. I think he hardly turns the ball, but he keeps a good line and length.
And there's a change in personnel at the long off. Juicy full toss. Shivam will be disappointed, but right shot at the right moment because he's got the 50 for himself. A well played knock under pressure. He had come in a situation where they needed a partnership. He's played sensibly and has shown and led the way from the front, giving able company to his senior partner, Yasir Khalil.
Very well played, very sensibly played, and made sure that, you know, this partnership is taking them to a good score. And this one played on the onside, no run.
And Mazhar sir, I think he realizes that the job is not done yet because he's not celebrated it in a grand style. He knows he has to stay there for a longer time.
This time Yasir comes down and drives it into the mid-off region for a single. I see in Shivam a compact player, has got all the shots in his armory. And this one, again a straight one, plays into the covers for a single.
What has been really good to see in this innings from IGM is that these two batters have looked in complete control. They're taking singles at a lot of ease, with a lot of ease, and not hassled by the bowlers.
This one played on the onside, no run.
End of the over as well. 31 overs have been bowled. IGM 174 for 4. So that is the knock from Shivam. A good innings, some really classy shots. He's very strong over that extra cover and long on. And what is really special about this young lad is that he looks like he belongs there in the middle, likes to play, likes to take his time out there in the middle, middles a few balls and paces his innings just the right way.
Usman will continue from the Bukhatir end. And so far he has bowled 5 overs. A bit expensive though, 2 for 40.
Yes, he got those 2 wickets earlier on in the innings when the ball was doing a bit. But he's leaked runs.
A good delivery. Played into the cover region, no run.
And I think out of the 40 runs, Mazhar sir, he's given away 10 in the form of extras. So quite a few wides going down the leg side, missed by the keeper as well. That must have hurt, but otherwise, when he's bowled well, he's bowled really well.
Beautiful shot, driven firmly through the covers. A lovely shot, though a little overpitched. He made it into a half volley and punished it through the covers.
Well, again, both these players, they definitely like and favor the offside. That was a cracking shot towards extra cover. No chance for any fielder to even move. That's how well it was hit. And he gets 4 more runs. Usman continues to be expensive.
This one just played it quietly into the mid-off cover region. No run.
We were discussing they're already 178 on the board, Mazhar sir. Where do you think this will finish?
I would say this can go up more than 300 if they bat their 50 overs. And as we have seen, quite a lot of teams batting first have got 300, 350 runs in their first inning, and this one a bit short, and Shivam goes back and pays it into the square leg region for a single. And so you can expect easily over 300 runs from here.
What do you do as Ajman heroes? What do you do differently here to try and extract a wicket?
Well, I think their fielding has been a bit, not that good. And though Nasir Aziz has bowled well, so also the other left-arm spin, Ankur. But hats off to these 2 cricketers, the batsmen. They have done extremely well. They have not given many chances, except for Yasir Kalim's being dropped into the slip. That just went off the slips, over the slip's head, I think. So other than that, these people have really played all round the wicket. This one, a bit short, and Yasir just leaves it aside. End of over number 32. It's 179 for 4. Arm ball from Harshit to start with. As we discussed, he's not a turner of the ball. He just bowls either a straight delivery or brings the ball in. And this one, short pitch delivery and punished.
What a good looking shot that was from the bat of Shivam. Just a tad bit short and quickly rocking on the back foot. Shivam has just launched it towards mid-wicket. Look at that beautiful hit. and 6 more runs added to the total.
As we have seen, Shoaib here, that anything loose deliveries, these batsmen are punishing it either for a 4 or a 6. And so far, 18 fours have been hit with 3 sixes. And Yasir Kaleem batting on 83 of 99 deliveries. And this one is just dabbed on the onside for a single.
So they're hitting those boundaries in every over almost, and then following it up with a few singles, and that is why the pressure is never there on the batters to try something out of the box. Loose deliveries on offer, big gaps available for singles as well. So nothing going right for Ajman Heroes at the moment.
This one played again straight for a single. They are inching towards their 200 mark now. 187 for 4 of just the 33 overs bowled.
Outside off, high up in the air, fielder coming underneath it and takes a very good catch. So finally they get a breakthrough. It is Shivam who played a very handy knock of 63 runs, has been dismissed. Luckily, Harshit gets that wicket because that ball was there to be hit. Just didn't get it from the middle of the bat, and a good catch from Jeevan.
Ball just a shade outside the off stump, and he couldn't connect it properly. And excellent knock by Shivam. 63 runs of 60 deliveries. IGM are now 187 for the loss of 5 wickets.
So an important breakthrough just at the right time for Ajman Heroes. Maybe a small opening for them to come back into this game. The new man is Vakas, who joins his senior partner Kaleem. 33 overs have been bowled. IGM 187 for 5.
Good delivery by Usman, just shade short. And Vakas just leaves it alone.
Yes, I think it's a good ball to be bowling to somebody who's new to the crease. Just welcoming him with that short delivery.
Now we need to see how IGM go for their next 17 overs. And this one again a short delivery. It didn't rise much, but Usman is trying to welcome the new batsman. Bowling his 7th over. Taken 2 for 45 so far. I see Khalid Shah fielding is not keeping the wickets, I suppose.
Well, he was in the earlier part of the innings, but I think he's just decided to swap roles with Rahul Chopra. Just guided it to third.
Maybe Usman knows that Bakhas is a bit uncomfortable on short pitch deliveries. That's why he's bowled a few short ones from the time he's come in.
That's right. He definitely is one of the batters who likes to play straight down the ground, the mid-wicket area. So anything in his zone, he will clear his front leg.
Slower delivery outside the off stump. Kaleem leaves it alone.
Another short delivery, pulled and pulled well. There's no fielder manning the boundary ropes. Backward square leg. An opportunity for runs, and Kaleem gets it with both hands. A boundary to end the over. 34 overs, 192 for 5.
That was well struck. He bowled the same line as he bowled earlier to Bakhas, but Kaleem was up to the mark and punished it through the square leg for a boundary.
Harshit continues and starts off with a block hole delivery.
Harshit has picked up a wicket, bowling his 4th over. This one, arm ball comes in, but Bakhas plays it back to the bowler. IGM inching towards their 200 mark. This one played into the mid-on region for a single. Yasir Kaleem on 88 of 103 deliveries. Looking for his 100. This one, a short delivery, was punished earlier. Driven firmly back past the bowler for a single.
Brings in the arm ball and a big appeal from Rahul Chopra, but the umpire signals it as a wide. He's not happy.
There must be a tickle maybe from his thigh or something.
Well, nothing that Mohammad Asif could hear, so he's gone with the decision of calling it a wide. And you're right, Mazhar sir, he's not a very big turner of the ball. He just likes to land it in the right areas and some movement in the air.
Either he bowls a straight one or a slight incoming delivery, but he's not the spinner of the ball.
Goes for a big hit towards mid-wicket. No one there again. So that vacant area has been exploited well by Vikas. He gets his first boundary. And that's the end of the over as well. 35 overs, 199 for 5.
Usman continues from the Bukhatir end, and he will be bowling to Yasir Kaleem. Plays it defensively.
He's playing well, Yasir Kaleem. We all know he's a great talent and has been around for quite some time. Also got the player of the match in the previous game, so he's in red hot form, not only in this tournament, but coming into this tournament, he scored a lot of runs, and that's good news for IGM. What I like about him is that he's adapted well to the longer format.
A dot ball again. And Yasir probably knows that he has to get that 3-figure mark.
Yes, and he's not afraid to defend the good deliveries and then pounce on the loose deliveries. That is such an important. It is such an important skill to have, to be able to defend the good ones and take on the loose deliveries.
That's what your temperament should be. That to respect the good ones and then get on with the loose deliveries.
So normally what happens is when you don't play the longer format, you're not sure whether, when you see that there are a few wickets following around you, you're not sure whether you need to hit the loose deliveries or defend the loose deliveries and try to stay out there. But he's got a clear head. If it's in his slot, if it's in his area, he'll go for the shots.
So far he has played a brilliant knock. 89 of 107 deliveries. A full toss driven back to the bowler, ricochets from his hand. Khalid Shah picks up. That's a single. That brings the 200 mark for IGM. 200 of the 36th over in progress, with Yasir Kaleem on 90. Vikas just come in batting on 6.
Goes for a big hit, big appeal from the keeper. Rahul thinks it was hitting the stumps. Shami maybe is not interested.
Just going down the line.
Good call. Good call from the umpire, Shami maybe, apologies. That ball was clearly missing the leg stump.
Usman is mixing up his deliveries, and probably he wants to continue bowling his short deliveries to Vikas, as he was a bit uncomfortable in his earlier over.
And sir, what do you think about that shot that Vikas was trying to play, shuffling across at this point in time? Short ball pulled beautifully, and that will also go away towards the boundary for 4 runs.
I think he's faced enough of short deliveries now. He knows that he doesn't have to leave the delivery. End of over number 36. It is 205 for 5. Ankur continues, bowling his 7th over. This was turns a little bit. Ankur turns the ball while the other bowler was just bowling it straight. This one has been hit into the vacant square leg region for a boundary. Just on the onside, a shade on the onside, a little over pitched, and Wakhas pounced on it and pulled it up nicely.
I think positive approach here coming in from Wakhas, but not sure if that is a wise decision here. That was a bad delivery meant to be dispatched, but overall, if you see, he's looking a bit impatient out there, and I think he should have a clear plan in place, is that he should bat till the 50th over and take that aggressive mode on after that 45 over mark.
I think this is the time when he should be giving company to Yasir Kaleem to get his 100.
Absolutely, and I think at this stage IGM has lost that one extra wicket that we were talking about. In fact, there were 2 extra wickets that fell, but I would say that partnership rescued things up. Still that deficit, that extra 1 loss. This is poor cricket from Wakhas. Absolutely poor.
Ankur knew what he was doing, and a bad shot, just floated, and then he went wild after it, and a simple catch into the third man region, short third man.
Why would you want to do that at this stage? You have a set partner batting at 94. You have all the time, around 14 odd overs left, and you can stick around, play a big knock, get to that 50, but a silly looking shot here from Wakhas Ali. IGM 209 for 5. Asif Mumtaz, the captain, is the new man. Now Yasir Kaleem will have to bat throughout. Asif can give him able company. We know that, if it's about just staying on the wicket, he can do that really well.
That's what he should do now, because you see, there's no need to go after the bowling. You'll just come in, and there's a batsman batting on the other side on 94, so they should give him a company. I remember seeing the other day, one of the batsmen was stuck on 94, and the other side just vanished.
Well, you're talking about that Muazzam incident 96, and finally he got out on 96.
It was the last man out, I think, yeah.
He lost 2 in right, and
Harshit continues from the Bukhatir end, and Kaleem will be facing him. This one, ooh, lucky, takes the inner edge and just drops in front of the keeper. Could have gone onto the wicket.
Keeper still in that position, wondering how did it not go onto the stumps.
Oh, lovely delivery from Harshit. Probably Yasser feeling the pressure of 94.
Well, I think he's not among those batters who will feel the pressure of the 90s. Rather, the impact, what those silly shots have resulted here. In fact, I did not like the dismissal of Shivam Sharma as well. He was set playing there, playing that shot. Yes, know for the fact that he backs it a lot, that area in extra cover. But
right now, Yasser seems to be a bit edgy. And this one,
stepping down the track, and that will be a boundary for Yasser. Now that definitely releases some pressure off his shoulders.
I totally agree. It could have gone into the point fielder's hand, but lucky for him, just goes over his head. And
I think if he would have targeted the extra cover, he would have straight away given it to the fielder who was standing there, because he was slightly late playing that shot. We know for the fact that Harshit is a bit flatter in the air, pulls slightly quicker.
This one a bit short, and he goes back and whacks it into the mid-off, long-on region.
Brings in over to the end. 38 gone. IGM 2-1-4 for 6.
Continues. A quick single. And that's his 100. A brilliant knock by Yasser.
Top knock there. Coming in and hitting a century when the team needs it the most. Nothing can be more satisfying than that.
Brilliant knock, I would say, that, when they were down and out, four wickets down, he came in and he consolidated, and then played some lovely shots all around the wicket. So it will be interesting to see now how he plays the next 12 overs.
Still managing to run those quick singles here. Now this takes a lot of your entire energy that you put into the game. Now imagine after batting for around 45, 46 overs, he'll have to go back and keep wickets as well.
Yes.
That's its toughest thing as a wicketkeeper batsman.
Well, you get used to it, I suppose, if you are doing it regularly. In fact, you are more warmer, where you can see the ball so well after keeping that many overs. You don't have to worry about, if you are an opener especially, you can see the ball well.
Well, then it purely boils down to how fit you are in terms of, how your body reacts to that. Because mentally you might be prepared. You might understand the game more than anyone else. But the thing is that, does your body allow you to actually understand that?
Goes back and hits hard, but straight to the fielder. A great knock by Yasser Kaleem.
Definitely fantastic knock from him. 101 of 119, his second century of the tournament.
Well bowled, Ankur.
Nicely dealt with by Asif Mumtaz there. 39 overs gone. IGM 217 for 6. That's that top knock from Yasir Kaleem. Came in at a situation where the team was struggling. That particular stay was needed. And he kept on batting with that ease, as if he's batting out there since last night. Looking very, very comfortable. And the way he exploited that offside region was tremendous. Plays it straight to the short extra cover fielder. Now what's important is to assess when Yasir will press that button of aggression.
I think there's still a long way to go. There's another 11 overs to go. He should just remain calm and place the ball well wherever he wants to and take his singles. Though he must be tired to take a double. He's just walking across. And or maybe he'll have some big shots whenever he wants to.
Well, I think IGM has to be very realistic from here on. I think focus on the 60 runs that they can get from here on, which takes the total to around 278 to 280 to 85-ish. And that does not require any extra effort. That just needs you to be staying there in playing your 50 overs.
I agree with you that, you know, if they just play with 6 and over, 7 and over, they can easily reach 280.
And if there is dew that comes in play, 280 will not be, will not be that difficult of a total. What we can see a 280 in a drier condition.
As what we have seen in the last 3 innings, I think the team batting second has been, you know, for some reason are struggling, be it the fast bowler or the spinners.
Well, I think that game, Sri Lions, where Vikum was extraordinary against DCA Starless, I think full credit goes to the way he bowled. He was unplayable. And wherever they were getting bat, there was that movement which resulted in that thick outside edge coming off from the bat. But yesterday, the way 7 districts batted, I think that was really a very immature sort of an approach coming to that run chase.
A full toss. They take one, they come back for the second. A loose delivery from Harshit. Completes his 6th over. IGM will take the third.
Yes, they do off an overthrow. And I think I would not blame the wicketkeeper here for allowing that 3rd run coming through, because he was very alert that Yasir is just jogging. And as a result, they managed to get 3 runs. 40 overs gone. IGM 223 for 6.
He's out.
That was a nothing shot here coming in from Asif Mumtaz. What was the need? That's what Yasir's the reaction says. Absolutely no need of that. You have your senior partner out there in the center. Why would you want to play a rash shot like that?
That's not cricket. It's just a very rash shot. And there was no need to play that shot. He could have easily played it, tapped it for a single. But a rush of blood, I suppose.
And this is where the responsibility of being a captain comes in play. Yes, you are not a batter per se, you're a bowler. But yes,
your set man, the man who has brought you at this stage, is out there standing with you. Just have to support. Nonetheless, the Asif Mumtaz back to the pavilion, out for 5 of 8. IGM 227 for 7. In fact, 223 for 7.
New batsman in is Ataullah.
Look at that, absolutely nowhere close to the ball. Plump. Bowler not even appealing, he's just celebrating. He's clapping his hands, you know that he's got his man.
Ataullah seems like a bowler. More of a bowler. Ankur has bowled well, picked up 2 wickets for 39. Mind you, he bowled in that spell when both Shivam and Yasir Kaleem were on fire. Well bowled again.
There's an arm ball there, coming into the right-hander. Was playing for the straighter one. Slightly drifting in the air. Yasir Kaleem. Now, with every wicket falling, his responsibility keeps on multiplying. Right from the second wicket that fell of Shanawaz, his responsibility has kept on multiplying. Yasir, stay there. Yasir, stay there.
Cut strongly.
He will manage to pick up 2 there. Now, this is a very...
He places the ball well, a very intelligent batsman. You know, he is so confident that when he square cuts it, makes sure that it travels through the vacant position. And great knock so far. 105 of 123 deliveries. And this one again tapped it through the covers for another single.
Well, and what's going to be more interesting is to see if, you know, the batting order here at coming at number 9, Ataullah. Would you want a proper batter, an all-rounder here in this spot? Or you want to go with your bowler? Played up in the air, played it straight. And unfortunately, no timing will result in just a single.
Lucky for him, it didn't reach to the fielder. No need, they should just give support to Yasir. And but Ankur is bowling well. He's tossing the ball up for them to, you know, take a chance. And this one,
I think Yasir batting very smartly here. He knows that he can take charge against the spinners, but he's not, you know, getting into that trap, waiting for the fast bowlers and whom we can use the pace and then play them out. I think smart move there. 41 overs gone. IGM 229 for 7. Glorious shot, stepping down, and what a cracking shot there from Yasir Kaleem.
that's a brilliant one.
Now, if you say that Yasir has hit a boundary, 9 out of 10 people will say that will be an extra cover. Know him so well, he's so good in that region.
Moves on to 111. This one again a full push delivery. Lucky. Went straight to the fielder.
Well, you got to be really careful when playing Harshit on the back foot because his ball keeps low. He bowls flat. He attacks the stumps.
This one shot and punished. There's a fielder there at mid wicket. No, just a single.
Well, it's important for Yasir to actually keep talking to his partner that do not play any silly shots. I've seen a few of them already. I do not have the patience to actually tolerate any more. Just stick around.
This would be a floater or the faster one onto the stumps and no run. Probably I thought he'll toss and try to take a chance.
Well, Harshit hasn't, we haven't seen him do that much in terms of tossing it up to the batter. Naturally, a very flat, bowls at a flat trajectory. Meanwhile, end of over number 42 here. IGM 236 for 7. Here comes Ankur Sangwan. And lets that go. He's still enticing the batsman to go in that area that he likes. Yasir immediately realizing how important his wicket is.
Cut away straight. Well fielded there in the point region. He loves to play his offside strokes, Yasir.
Imagine the strength that is there in those wrists. Wrists, bottom hand, forearms, everything.
Well played. This shows that, he wants to play still a longer inning, knowing well that there are not many batsmen to follow.
I think he has the ability of scoring like 30 or 35 in the last 3, so he might probably give it a chance.
Very well bowled again. Plays it into the covers. No run.
And scoring 30, 35 odd in the last 3 would give you that momentum also. So that is something that you would want to carry when you're going in the break.
Shot. Cuts it. They take one. They're tired. I think Yasir is tired just walking across.
I think it's the last ball, so he wanted to keep strike, deciding not to go for the second one. 43 overs gone here. IGM 235 for 7. Kaleem, 113 of 35, 135, sorry. Coming down the track, chance. Is that taken? We'll have to have a close view.
Looks a good catch. He seems to be confident.
Fielder says that he has taken it.
Lofted.
Well, looks.
That's a good catch. Excellent catch.
Looks like it has been taken there, and Yasir would not be keen to walk out because he wants to bat the entire 50 overs. Now that 280 looks difficult.
I agree with you. If Yasir gets out, then you know it'll be hardly another. They'll be struggling to get runs.
It's just about adding another 15-20 odd runs. Initially at the toss, Yasir Mumtaz said that he wants 250 on board. So ideally, according to that,
that's given out. Excellent catch. So as you rightly said, that from here, 250 would be a task.
but what a fine knock here coming to an end. The lone warrior of Team IGM, Yasir Kaleem, didn't have his partner, Asif Khan. Both have been scoring in bulk. Kaleem making his way back to the pavilion. 113 of 136. What a fine knock. And I think he will be greeted as he's making his way back to the pavilion with a round of applause. There we go.
Mind you, he has scored 15 boundaries. Beautiful shots all along. And a lovely knock indeed.
Absolutely. And look at that. Look at that applause coming through in the dugout.
New batsman in is Shafiq. So Harshit picks up another wicket. This one, a faster one, played into the covers. Shafiq opens his account with a single.
Now they will should look at batting these overs out, add run a ball or probably 4 and over. That can take them to a 270 mark. That should be fine.
Played well off the onside.
Now what takes me by surprise is that the captain is not trying to attack here. He's playing defensively. Now what this does, it's letting the batsman take those easy singles.
Singles, that's right, yeah.
Meanwhile, Harshit coming over the wicket here to the left-handed Ahmed Shafiq. Surprisingly getting some turn off the deck. Harshit, we haven't seen him turn the ball from the surface. Pushed to the backward of point and a single taken.
Last wicket fell, that was of Yasir Kaleem for 113. Caught Faisal, bowled Harshit. A great knock. He has pulled out IGM out of trouble.
Takes the leading edge there. Ahmed was interested in taking that single, rightly sent back by Ataullah. We do not want any more suicidal run-outs here.
End of the over. It's 238 for the loss of 8 wickets after 44 overs.
And with that, there will be a double change in the voices in the comm box. It's going to be Nishant and Shoaib duo taking you through to the last passage of play.
Nasir Aziz, 8 overs, 39 runs. That is what he's conceded, and will be bowling his 9th over. A good comeback from AJMAN Heroes, I would reckon. At one point in time, it was looking as if IGM would easily get to that 300 mark. But if they can restrict AJMAN Heroes, if they can restrict IGM to 240, 250, 260 even, I think that will be a good first innings total that they might just fancy chasing in the second innings.
Yes, it will definitely give them a semblance of a chance. Oh, the wicketkeeper fumbling there. I don't think there was any bat involved. Ataullah and Shafiq just have to bat out the remainder of the overs is what I feel. Oh, big turn, big turn. Nasir is on and off, giving the ball a bit of a rip here. Enjoys doing that. Enjoys seeing that turn. And honestly, who wouldn't? He's gone for the slog sweep. And it's gone the distance as well. That was a good strike from Ataullah.
Yes, that was a clean hit. It was outside off some turn, and with the turn he's played it up and over. It's gone into the stands, and that is not the longest part of the boundary, so clearly fancying his chances in that area. I think Nasir will now continue to dart those Yorkers in. He's bowling in the depth. He might just want to bowl those block hole deliveries and try and cramp Ataullah for room. Yes, quicker in the air, takes the edge, diving, good effort, very well done. I think it is Adnanul Mulk, the fielder at short third, and he's saved a certain boundary.
He's captaining the side today. Leading from the front. Shafiq on strike. 24 boundaries and 4 sixes. Looks to clip it away, gets it on the thighs, end of the over. 45 ball, 2 for 6 for 8.
Down the leg side, Jeevan Gangadharan has been brought into the attack, bowled 6 overs, and he started off with a wide. So Jeevan will definitely not be bowling his full quota of 10. If he bowls well, he'll bowl the 46th, 48th and the 50th. That's the maximum that he can bowl. But the idea has to be, Nishant, to not allow IGM to play the entire 5 overs.
Because if they do, they'll definitely reach 270. Ooh. Top ball there. I'm a little surprised that Jeevan won't be utilized fully. The fact that they've managed to maintain this run rate of 5.5 despite losing wickets is pretty commendable.
Going for the Yorker, played it off his pads. They're looking for 2. We'll get them comfortably in the end. Yes, I think they've done well to reach to 250, and a lot of that has to do with the brilliance of Yasir Kaleem, scoring a magnificent 100. And I would feel that IGM have got enough runs on the board to defend in the second innings, only if they bowl well.
Right up there, looking to go for that big shot down the ground, inside edge, the ball goes behind, and the ball stops. Sangwan doesn't seem to be running there, neither the batters are. Well, it's been given out, it seems.
Well, I think it has hit the stumps. Yes, the bails are down. We thought that there was an edge and the ball was running away towards the fine leg, but in fact, after the edge, it ricocheted off the stumps, and that is why we saw Ankur Sangwan just strolling his way down to get the ball. It is in fact a wicket for Jeevan Gangadharan. 249 for 9 now.
This time pushed down the ground by Taimur for a single, so 250 up. And they're 9 down. It can all get over very quickly here, or it can keep lingering.
Well, IGM have done well to reach 250, but Ajman Heroes have managed to pull things back in their favour. Can they get a wicket here?
Shafiq, 3 of 5. Oh, well bowled. Just outside the off stump there. Play and a miss.
That angle definitely not easy to score runs off. Especially for a number 10 and 11. Right now what they need to do is just try and get back to ball, play it in the gaps and get as many singles as possible.
Last ball of Jeevan's 7th over. Pushed by Shafiq, will pick up a single. and will retain strike. 46 overs bowled, 251 for 9. Back of a length this time. Dot ball. Ninth over for Usman has been a touch expensive. But has picked up a couple of wickets up front. If you remove that partnership between...
Don't remove Nishant. Because then there'll be nothing left for IGM to discuss about and to play for.
Yes, absolutely. They've lost wickets in clusters. Clusters up front, clusters towards the end. That just one partnership which saved them.
Yes, that's true. That partnership of Yasir Kaleem and Shivam, that is the one that has got IGM to this total. But this is the format of the game. Sometimes you get one or two players who actually score runs. Sometimes there are some equal contributions, 20s, 30s from 4-5 different batters. Edge and flies towards the third. Ansar will cut that off. So that is how the format is. Sometimes you've got a lot of players contributing. Sometimes it's just one or two. But in the end, if you look at the score, I think IGM have got a good score on the board.
Yes, definitely. I've got a very good score on the board. That partnership was worth 130 runs, coming off 133 deliveries. Struck well, but a mix-up. Not how you want to finish the innings. Very lucky to survive there.
Well, Taimur has almost taken 2 runs, while Shafiq was just stationed there at the non-striker's end. Happy to stand there. Taimur almost had to touch him and come back. Complete mishap. Hit hard but straight to the fielder. And that'll be another dot ball. So seems like Usman will be completing his 10. He's got one more over to go after this. How many more can IGM get?
Well, I would say 265 if they bat 50 overs. Slow delivery. Very well disguised there. Taimur had no clue about it. 47 bowled, 252 for 9. inside edge onto the pads there. Jeevan bowling the 48th over, which means Jeevan and Usman will be the ones who will be bowling out here. And this is that time when the bowling side becomes a little irritated, and that last wicket pair is just not giving up.
Yes, it can be irritating, it can be disheartening as well. You've done so well to get 9, and then you can't just get that last wicket. You'll have to plan that wicket. How do you get this wicket? And it's even more difficult sometimes to get the lower order batters, the tail enders, because they don't play those orthodox shots. So you can't plan according to what you would expect a certain batter to play. And that makes it even more difficult to get those wickets. I think the best idea is to target the stumps and the wicket and the pads and try and make the number 11 play each and every delivery.
And knocked over. Well, Jeevan bowls on the stumps, and the results are right in front of you. And that one came back in.
Well, that is what we were discussing, and that is exactly what Jeevan as a bowler had in mind. Brilliant execution. He's bowled well, not only in this game, but all throughout the tournament. He's been a wicket taker for Ajman Heroes. 253 is the final target.
Yes, and Shoaib the soothsayer does it again. Kaleem, 113.63 from Shivam. And then that's about it as far as that batting scorecard is concerned. And thanks to the two of them, 253 is what they get in 47.3 overs bowled out.
Well, look at the bowling card for Ajman Heroes. The real heroes for Ajman are, in fact, their bowlers. Initially, they had to toil hard, but then in the later part of the innings, did well to come back in the game. Usman getting 2, Jeevan, the pick of the bowlers, 25 runs and 3 wickets for him. Ajmal getting 1 wicket, Ankur and Harshit getting 2 wickets apiece. With 18 extras, 253 is the final score.
Well, wickets kept falling when they started off. And of course, the start was with Shanu and Sandy. Short ball. Sandy started off on a very punishing note. Pulled a couple to the fence. And then in that same over, got out. Shanu didn't play the best of shots. Was out. Yasser Khalil played some delightful shots. Of course, Poor Pathak played a couple of good shots as well before hitting one in the air. Then that was the wicket of Vishnu Sukumaran. That's when Shivam Sharma joined Yasir and this dish. A 130-run partnership. Some delightful shots through the offside. Shivam was okay playing on the onside as well. Yasir didn't allow anything outside the off stump to be spared. Not afraid to go over the top. Shivam also loved those inside-out shots. Then Shivam pulled quite effectively as well. Whenever it was drop shot. Well, reaching out to a delivery outside the off stump. Hit by the sword, die by it. That was when Waqas Ali come in. He also mistimed one. Was another wicket for Ankur Sangwan. However, Kaleem was on fire as he brought up his second 100, and that reverse attempt by Asif Mumtaz was absolutely unnecessary. Yasser Kaleem's delightful strokes came to an end when he was caught in the deep for 113. After that, Ataullah managed to hit a big one. Then that lovely Yorker to get rid of him. And that was the final nail in the coffin. So the target for Ajman Heroes is 254 in 50 overs, required run rate of 5.08. Last couple of days, teams collectively have scored 108 in the two games in the second innings. But remember, the night before, 280 was chased down successfully. Let's find out what this pitch has to offer tonight. For now, we'll dive into a short break and come back post-dinner.
Good evening and welcome back to the second innings of the game between IGM, Interglobe Marine versus AJMAN Heroes. IGM winning the toss earlier in the day, deciding to bat first. And some really good knocks, especially from Yasir Kaleem, scoring a magnificent century, 113 of 136 deliveries, and giving him good company was Shivam, who scored 63 of 61. 18 extras, and they managed to get to 253. The target is 254 for AJMAN Heroes.
Well, this was the bowling card there. Usman picking up 2 in his 9-over spell, gave away 56. Jeevan, I think, was the pick of the bowlers there. 3 wickets for him in 7.3-over spell, just conceding 25 runs. Ajmal picked up 1. That was of Vishnu Sukumaran. 4 overs, 35. That expensive. Nasir Aziz, 9 overs, 47 without a wicket. Kept troubling the batters there, but went wicketless. Ankur picked up 2 for 46 in his 10. Harshit with 1 maiden in his 8 overs, picked up 2 and conceded 41. So you can see that collapse coming through towards the end, from 6 wickets onwards. IGM collapsing there. 5.08 is that required run rate from ball 1 here for AJMAN Heroes. And to chase this down, you have the 2 batters out there in the center. The opening pair unchanged, unlike IGM. It is going to be Ansar Khan and Sagar Kalyan.
Yes, Ansar Khan, dangerous batter, but again, as unpredictable as Sandeep Singh Sandhi. Both come from the same mold. Both are extremely dangerous and can win you the game single-handedly. But both can also throw away their wicket and go back to the dugout pretty soon.
Well, what Shoaib mean to say is that they have trust issues.
Well, not trust issues, but just that temperament, I feel. That is something that is missing. There's a lot of talent, no doubt about that, Ansar Khan. But I haven't seen him score 100 of 60, 70, 80, 90 deliveries and taking his team through. What he does is just comes out, goes bang, bang. Sometimes it works in the favor of the side, sometimes it doesn't.
We'll have to see how it pans out in this game here. Here comes Temur. Starts off down the leg side, and that will be runs on board here for AJMAN Heroes. Leg buys, and that will be the first boundary here.
Well, it's important as a fast bowler to start off with a very good delivery. You have to be impeccable with your line and length. Temur on that occasion just spraying it down the leg side, easy pickings, clips the pad, and no protection in the deep as well.
Well, as they say, as a batter, you want to have, the sweetest spot, the connection with the sweetest spot, the first ball that you're facing. Same goes with the bowler. The first ball that you bowl sets in that rhythm, sets in that tone. You beat the batsman's outside edge, and then probably, you have a good start to your night.
Goes for a ball outside off. This time it's been driven by Ansar Khan, not from the middle of the bat, but when he hits, even if it's come from the toe end of the bat, it just travels. And that is exactly what we are witnessing here. A boundary for Ansar Khan.
I think the idea will be very simple here. Ansar and Khalid Shah will be given that free hand to go after the bowling. And meanwhile, Sagar Kalyan and Rahul Chopra probably will be given that role of being that anchor in that run chase. That's what we have seen in the previous games, and I don't think it will be any different.
A swing and a miss. If somebody who's just joined us before this delivery, let us clear the air. It's not a 20-over game, it's a 50-over game. Looks like Ansar Khan just wants to finish the entire run chase in the 20 overs.
Well, 254 is the target usually we've seen in T20 format as well here in Sharjah Stadium. So used to that. And he's so used to setting that up. Another swing and a miss, and it's a no ball here. It's going to be free hit. Look at this. Add to the misery here. Marginally, but something has to be there behind the line, else you're going to be penalized. That's what, spot on there, Asif.
Absolutely spot on. It's not easy, these calls. And in modern day cricket, this responsibility is not on the umpire anymore. The television umpires have to check whether it's a front foot no ball or not. Well done, Mohammad Asif.
Shorter in length there, but free hit will just yield a single. A very obvious move there. Yasir Kaleem not keeping wickets. After tiring knock, came in at the fourth over mark, and from there on batted right till 43rd over, 42nd, 43rd over.
Do you think it's because of the tiredness, or do you think it is a strategic move to have Sandeep Singh Sandhi as the keeper? Because from what I've heard, Yasir Kaleem is trying to make a comeback and is trying for a seat in the UAE camp. And if he is, then I would want him to be keeping as well and showing his match fitness.
Well, I think the entire season he has been the one who has kept wickets there. He has taken that responsibility as the main keeper of the side. Yes, we know Sandy is a wicket keeper too, but when both are playing, it is Yasir who keeps the wicket. This is up in the air. It will stay in the air and out of the stadium.
Well, that is the dangerous Ansar Khan for you. Once he gets going, he can be very, very dangerous. This one was just pulled and it's gone out of the stadium, on the roof and beyond it. So a 6 to end the first over. It's an expensive over. 17 runs off it without a wicket.
That's the length you're probably going to be hitting there. Slightly better than what we saw in the first over from Temur. Starts on the money. Ataullah sharing the new ball from the Bukhatir end. Now what's going to be interesting is how Asif Mumtaz tackles this onslaught from Ansar Khan, because it is very important for them to, put brakes on that aggression, because the total is not that big, I would say.
Good effort, a very good effort at point from Ahmed Shafiq. I think he's hurt his shoulder in the process, but saved a few runs for his side. Ataullah has looked good in the first two deliveries.
Well, I think immediately, look at this smart move coming in from Asif Mumtaz. Immediately moving himself to that long on position. Knowing the fact that Ansar Khan is in that aggressive mood. Now, not sure how wise is it to actually get the third man in with the new ball.
Well, I think this is a defensive move coming in from Asif.
Can anticipate a slower one coming through as well. Good delivery, I would say. Looked like the bowler had rolled his fingers on the ball. Yes, that was a slow one. Actually, the ploy was that, not offer pace to him. Let him go after the bowling and get a chance if the ball goes up in the air.
Edged but does not carry to the keeper. Was that another slower delivery?
Yes, it was. And this was the slider that usually we see Umair Ali Khan bowling. It goes, pitches and goes away. An excellent move here from Ataullah and Asif Mumtaz.
Well, I'm sure he's not going to bowl all the remaining deliveries as slower deliveries, or is that the plan?
Well, Shoaib, I wouldn't be surprised if he digs in one shot just to surprise and take him back. Because there is a field in the square leg. Yes, it might take a top edge and fly behind the third man, but that can be a good play. Maybe a slower bouncer. Not a slower bouncer, but a slower delivery that does the magic. And Ataullah is cook a hoop. Big wicket here.
Well, it was always coming 2 dot balls, and you know Ansar Khan is going to go for a big hit anyway. That was a good idea to hit the stumps, target the stumps. He does well. Ataullah is celebrating, and why not? It's the big wicket of Ansar Khan. Ajman Heroes 18 for 1.
I think a smart move there coming in from IGM, especially the plan that was in place to bowl those cutters. Ansar Khan making his way back to the pavilion. 11 of 9, looked dangerous, started dangerously, but that's it. The short aggression comes to an end. Ajman Heroes 18 for 1. New man in, replacing Ansar Khan is another aggressive batsman, Khalid Shah. Now he likes to slash the ball if any width offered.
Good delivery and a good over from Ataullah. A wicket in that in just a single. 2 overs gone, 18 for 1.
So Taimur, after Ansar's departure, he has been given another go here. Beautiful delivery. That is the ideal start you need to be having, bowling at that channel and moving it slightly away. I think Look at that. Pitched on that off-stick line, moving away. Perfect outswinger.
Very well bowled. Very, very well bowled. That's the perfect delivery, the peach of delivery that we normally refer to. And if you consistently bowl there, if he can do it 3-4 times in an over, Sagar Kalyan will have to try something different.
Width offered, but not getting the best of connections there.
He's not had a long run up. Taimur, he doesn't have a big run up. A very Bumrah kind of a run up. Short, but loads up pretty nicely closer to the wicket.
He's quick and he uses his back really nicely there. Single taken. Wakas will not be able to stop that. Ajman Heroes here, 19 for 1 after 2.3. We've lost the big man, Ansar Khan. Well, the beauty about that wicket is how they trapped him with those slower deliveries. I think as a smart batter, you should anticipate the move coming through. You've had a long on behind with a fast bowler, has a decent pace, long on behind, square leg behind, and you can't be expecting a quick one coming through. Nonetheless, back to the pavilion.
Yes, you anticipated that before even that delivery was bowled.
Still can't reach the level of Octopus.
Some movement in the air, nicely flicked, but straight to the short mid-wicket fielder.
Now, IGM winning this game, if they win it and move to the next round, that's definitely, teams will be there pretty alert, especially the ones who are facing them in the quarterfinal stages, because they're not going to come they're not going to give these opportunities again where they have lacked in these league matches. Excellent movement in the air. It's going to be called as a wide, but I think should he have started a bit wide outside the off stump, this would have been really effective.
Well, the left-hand, right-hand combination, that is something that is bothering Taimur. These deliveries were perfect had Sagar Kalyan been on strike, but because it's the left-handed Khalid Shah, he will have to correct that line. Maybe use the crease, come closer to the stumps, and then bowl around the off stump. That's the way. Now you can see he's almost bowling in front of the umpire. If you see that previous delivery.
Well, absolutely. He came in, I think, a few inches closer than the regular deliveries that he's bowling. And these are these improvisations that you need to make during the game and assess where exactly it is going and why exactly it is going around. And the role of the wicketkeeper is also very important, that he needs to pass on these messages quickly to the nearby fielder so that it reaches the bowler on time. Playing on the back foot there again. That'll be a single and end of over number 3. Ajman Heroes 21 for 1.
That's gone in the gap and will be 4 runs for Khalid Shah. Ataullah just not adapting his line for the left-handed Khalid Shah. Just a gentle push 2 full,
Not a
4
very,
runs.
not a very convincing though, but all what matters is the 4 good runs added to your tally. 5 of 5 here for Khalid. Scores 25 for 1 at the moment. Have a wicket here. I think will be an exciting contest to watch. Again flicked. Again the same result. 4 more runs for Khalid Shah.
He's on the pads again, just tucking it behind square. That is a much more confident looking shot. And he's got 4 more runs. So back-to-back boundaries for Khalid Shah. Played it a little uppishly, but straight to the cover fielder, Vishnu Sukumaran. That's a much better line. He's got a third man, a deep third on the boundary ropes, and a deep square leg. Bowls a slower delivery again, played uppishly, wanted that single, he's been sent back. A direct hit would have been really troublesome, but he's made it home safely in the end.
Very uncomfortable position to play that shot. It would have been close had that been a direct hit. 29 for 1. 2 boundaries in this over here, conceded by Ataullah.
Cut in the gap, beautifully played. He's very strong on the offside. No need to run for that because he's got 4 runs.
Look at that width on offer, and Khalid likes to pierce that gap, that area. Would back himself any given day to play that shot. 3.5, Ajman Heroes 33 for 1. A similar looking start here. The only difference is the fact that IGM had lost 1 extra wicket.
Yes, they've started off well. 3 boundaries in this over already. First over was expensive for IGM as well. So pressure now on the bowlers of IGM. Rocked back, played it over. That's his strong zone. So another 4 from the bat of Khalid Shah. He's looking good and he's looking dangerous.
He's going to keep attacking. That's his nature of game. He's going to continue doing that. 4 overs, 37 for 1. Taimur continuing here. Beautiful shape on that delivery there. Slightly moving away. Now he's starting at that mid and leg line and shaping it away. As long as he's getting that movement in the air, it's fine. But the moment There's no movement whatsoever. That becomes a lot easier for the batsman to flick on the onside.
Yes, that movement is definitely troubling Sagar and Khalid. He'll be happy to be bowling to the right-handed Sagar. That ball shaping away. And there's a slip in place.
I would not be surprised if Asif Mumtaz brings himself on against Khalid Shah, or maybe even Shahnawaz for that matter. But Asif Mumtaz himself would be the ideal option. Dabbed, no run, a backward point doing a decent job there, Ahmed Shafiq. So he is that left arm spinner. Be that option available in place of Harry Bharwal, who's not playing the game today. So they have those bowling options available. Asif Mumtaz had Ahmed Shafiq, Shahnawaz Khan, Ataullah, Taimur, Vishnu Sukumaran can roll in a few. Shivam Sharma can bowl those off spinners. Driven but straight to the fielder. They have options available there, Shoaib, in terms of in the bowling department.
Yes, they do. What they'll need is some wickets here. If they can get some early wickets, that will put pressure on Ajman heroes, and that's when the spinners can come into play and extract some wickets in the middle overs, because that's the only way they can win this game, if they can take those 10 wickets.
Played again towards the third man. Yasir putting in that chase. Looking for two and will get it easily. Doesn't have the strongest of arm. And pretty obvious there as a wicket keeper. Not many wicket keepers, they have a strong arm. Throwing arm, I'd say. 4.5, 39 for 1. This over has been pretty decent. Has kept Sagar Kalyan quiet. In fact, he's been the quiet of the three batters that you've seen here.
Another dot ball. But we know that he likes the longer format, Sagar. He's cut for that kind of a game. He can take his time and pace his innings, just like Shivam did in the first.
I think they have those batters that possess that quality. Sagar Kalyan, Rahul Chopra. There is Jeevan Gangadharan as well in the side. I think these players are very important that they put a prize on their wicket. And there is a misfield which will result not only in what, but they'll manage to get back for the second. That's the least you can do is cut down those extra runs which have been gifted away to the batters. End of the over number 5, 42 for 1.
So as rightly predicted by my co-commentator, Asim Sheikh, it is Asif Mumtaz who's brought himself into the attack to bowl to the left-handed Khalid Shah. He goes for a hit straight downtown, and that ball will cross the ropes. Again, did not get close to the ball, but he still managed to get some bat onto it, cleared the infield, and got 4 runs.
Well, he was looking on the offside, but ball going in a different direction altogether.
cuts it, but finds the fielder. That was a lot quicker from Asif Mumtaz. The first ball, he gave some flight and was punished by Khalid Shah. This time he goes a lot flatter. Lets it go, and the right thing to do. So right now Asif Mumtaz is on to take wickets. If you don't give him wickets, he will try to do something different. Sensible batting from Khalid so far.
I think just keep it simple. Beautiful delivery. There is movement of the surface, even the quicker ones moving. I think Shahnawaz will definitely like this side. Good delivery. A good comeback here from Asif Mumtaz after getting hit for that boundary. 5 dots on the trot there. 6 overs gone. Ajman Heroes 46 for 1. Appeal there and given out. The batsman doesn't look happy at all. Look at that disappointment. He does not want to go.
Well,
he is not at all happy.
He will have to walk back. All said and done, the umpire has given his decision. Sagar Kalyan out for 6 of 14. Wicket number 2 down, 46 for 2.
Well, a close one there. When these are the, those close calls. Not able to figure out if that came in off an edge or of the bat hitting the ground. I think with the reaction of the batsman, it didn't feel.
Well, yes, what's done is done. The new man in is Rahul Chopra at number 4 for Ajman Heroes. Taimur has got that wicket of Sagar Kalyan.
He's trying to bowl that full length delivery. Only it close. .2, yeah, Ajman Heroes 46 for 2. Ground staff is already yawning. Beautiful delivery, appeal. And look at that, it's gone all the way for a boundary as well. Hit the thigh. That was a close one. Well, the only reason it could not be out, it would be not out, is the fact that it had that extra bounce that came through. Otherwise, it was hitting.
Well, yes, looks like another close call. Difficult to say from what we've seen. These kind of decisions can either go your way or against you. But meanwhile, that has happened, what has transpired is that they've got 4 runs. They reach the 50-run mark.
And a catch being put down. That too of Rahul Chopra. Shivam. Well, haven't seen him in the slip cotton usually. Most of the time it is Vishnu Sukumaran who stays at that slip cotton. Well, catches do go down, but that was pretty straightforward there, Shoaib.
Well, that's the easiest catch you can get in a slip cordon. So that's how simple it was. Yes, it's not easy to be standing there and taking those catches. But you expect the ball to come at that height and at that speed. So you're anticipating the ball. But that was definitely a chance which has gone down for IGM.
Well, now we'll have to wait and watch when will the next chance come through from that man, Rahul Chopra, who likes to stick around there.
Well, he'll have to really work hard now again for that wicket, because we know Chopra, he has the ability to play a long innings.
7 gone, Ajman Heroes 50 for 2. Asif continuing. And now this will add some sort of pressure coming in on Khalid Shah. But anything in his zone, he will not hold himself back. That's what we said. And there is a call from Vishnu. And he takes it. Number 3 down. Asif Mumtaz strikes. That's the end of Khalid. That's why he came into the attack.
That was a poor shot selection again. Khalid just losing his temper. Played that high up in the air. No connection at all. And an easy catch for Vishnu. He had come for a wicket. And he's got the wicket.
Khalid Shah making his way back to the pavilion. 21 of 19. 50 for 3 Ajman Heroes. New man in here, Adnan ul Mulk. He's into his first game. 50 for 3, not the ideal situation to come in. Look at that sharp turn coming in. Joining me in the comm box here, Nishant, welcome back.
Thank you very much. He's getting the ball to turn. Mumtaz has already picked up wickets in this tournament. If I'm not wrong, picked up a 5, huh? Drifting on the pads there.
Now with that quick over coming to an end there. 8 gone, Ajman Heroes 50 for 3. Temur continuing here from the SCA end. Starts off with a couple.
So the idea is to give the ball to the wicket takers.
Would have easily been 52 for 4 had that catch been taken. I mean, a straightforward.
The drop catches are always going to come back and haunt you. Unless you're extremely lucky. Oh, that's well bowled. That's well bowled. And now I think is that I won't mind to see Shanu and Asif Mumtaz bowling in tandem for 4-5 overs here.
Well, that's a ploy, and I would say even that left-arm spinner has that opportunity to come in and bowl, because 2 right-handers out there in the center. That match came, and I think one off spinner, the other left-arm spinner, bowl in tandem. You never know. One coming in, the other one going away. Always keeping the batsman in that doubt. And moreover, when the wicket, it's a bit slower there and turns square, becomes a lot more difficult.
Very well bowled again.
I like this ploy here, which is coming through from Temur. He's swinging the ball away and he's coming around the wicket, so cutting that probability of LBW, but increasing that chances of getting that edge again. But it would be more interesting if I get one more player out in that catching area, maybe a gully or a 4th slip.
I think so too. I think they need to now attack. They need to take a leaf out of what SCA did last night. They've got 3 down, and now both batsmen new in the middle. Now is the time to really press the pedal.
I would really want to attack here as much as possible. Even for that matter, you want to save Shanu, I would get a Vishnu Sukumaran and bowl a couple of overs here and test what the batters do, because he has the ability to turn the ball square as well.
No, you can't do that. You can't do that.
That's crime. That's crime. Coming around the wicket, you are being trusted that you'll get that angle. And if you stray down on the leg side, it's just not the way.
Have to be very, very particular when you are bowling to a set plan. Nicely bowled. Back to the bowler. Dot ball. Not getting easy this.
And with every over passing by, it's going to get tougher and tougher for the batting side here. And one of the main reasons, and one of the most impacting reason, I would say, is the way wicket has behaved in the second half. It has started to support the bowlers a lot more than the batters themselves.
And that has been the feature of this wicket so far. And that is a dot ball to finish the over. 9 ball, 54 for 3.
Two-minute overs from the other end here. Asif Mumtaz has the ability to not let the batsman any breathing space there. Gets done with his overs quickly. Swept. There is a fielder in place, and Rahul Chopra, who likes to play those shots, can be that batter who can trouble the spinners.
And I don't think the spinners will mind that kind of a batter in the middle right now when they're hunting for wickets. They would want somebody to try and attack them. Well, do you think it will be a better idea for Mumtaz to come round the wicket, that he's turning the ball so much? Maybe just try and... right now what is happening is he's actually removing LBW from the equation completely.
I think he's trying to sneak in through the defense, is what I can understand, or probably get the batsman onto the back foot and get him wrapped in on very close to the stumps. Maybe that's on the back foot. That's something that he's trying to do here. But coming around the wicket can probably put the batter in doubt whether that Dusra is coming in play or no.
Just bowl round the wicket, get a leg slip in, maybe a short leg as well, and then try to push one through.
Like, I mean, not bad of an idea there. Come around the wicket, get a leg slip in place. Probably that two men standing behind square, one of them can move to the leg slip, maybe the secondish position.
Yeah, more of a leg gully position, really. But I think if he's that leg gully can be very handy even now.
Absolutely. I was about to say that. Meanwhile, that over has been done. 10 overs gone here. Ajman Heroes 57 for 3. Well, so finally we have a change here. From the SEA end, we'll see some left arm spin in the form of Ahmed Shafiq. Now, this is the first time we are seeing him here. He is replacing Harry Bharwal in the squad. We'll have to wait and see how smart of a move that is. Definitely Harry played on a wicket that was more conducive to batters. Here, there is assistance coming in for the spinners. We'll have to wait and see.
Yes, let's wait and watch. What does the Shafiq do here?
Young chap coming around the wicket. Well, he's tossing it up in the air. That's a good sign here. He wants to turn the ball. That's a very clear message. Not just trying to be flatter in the air. At the same time, Just ensuring that the flight is not way too much for the batsman to step out and, make it over pitch. Donk you downtown.
Very well bowled again. I just think that he needs to get closer to the off stump if he wants to induce that outside edge.
Nicely bowled there, but I still feel that that revs are not coming through on the way he's releasing the ball. Yes, he is getting some turn, but I think left arm spinner, when he gets that, he pushes the ball and has that revs coming through at a faster pace in the air. Not saying that do not give the flight. With the flight, the way Azhar balls, the way Harry balls, we've seen them how effective they've been. Even Ankur for that matter today.
That's more like it. But I think Adnan did well there to play it down the ground.
That's end of 11, 59 for 3 Ajman Heroes. Comes Asif Mumtaz again. Now, talking about left-arm spinners, Nishant, not sure whether it is the right over to have this discussion, because it's by the time I ask you the question, the over might get over.
Yeah, we'll just wait for it, maybe. That was uppish. But that is going to be a dot ball. On the stumps again, tickled away.
I think he's bowling very, very nicely here, Asif Mumtaz. Shorter in length and punished. This deserved that treatment there. He's wide outside the off stump. And not sure why is he so upset. Is it because of the position that he was standing at, or very unsure about that, but he definitely looked upset.
Going back and pushing it on the offside.
We haven't seen much of Adnan al-Mulk, but during our discussion with Sir Mazhar Khan, he was of the opinion that he can get those important 30-40 runs in the middle overs. That's if we can get that, I think that can set that tone up for this chase. Meanwhile, end of over number 12, 63 for 3.
Outside the option this time. Looks to go for that slap through the offside.
Good delivery there from Ahmed Shafiq. Leading edge. Chopra will be on strike. This is the 13th over in progress. Shafiq into his second. Now, as a left-arm spinner, you've got to be asking questions to the batters. Something which we haven't seen here so far in those 8 deliveries that Shafiq has bowled. Full toss, swept nicely. There is a fielder in the deep. Ataullah keeps it down to a single. A strong throw from the square leg. I think he'll have to hit the right channels here. Shafiq is a new recruit in Interglobe Marine side. Wrapped in front, and that's given out. Just as we said, he's not asking questions to the batter. Well, he said, why should I ask a question to the batter? Let me ask it to the umpire directly.
Yes, what a delivery that was. And another important wicket. This is really opening up. Adnan ul Mulk departs for 8 of 17, leg before to Shafiq, who strikes in his second over. And Ajman Heroes lose their 4th.
New man in is Jeevan Gangadharan, the right-handed all-rounder. Full toss delivery to start. I think if he middles the ball in the very first delivery you're facing, you're setting the batsman up in the right shape. Nicely played. Coming onto that line of the ball and defending it down. End of over number 13, Ajman Heroes 66 for 4.
That will allow extra runs to be taken.
Chopra, 13 of 20. Playing onto the back foot there. What a big chance that was put down. They would have been half the side back in the pavilion. Now that's going to hurt.
He's gone for the big shot here. Has he timed it? Doesn't matter because it's gone the distance. Chopra getting into the act there.
Look at that, picking the length of the ball pretty early. And tonked it towards mid-wicket.
Good strike.
Out of nowhere. Wasn't expecting that Asif Mumtaz. And that's positivity here coming in from Rahul Chopra. He said, I had enough. Let me play my shot.
He's chipped it, but no fielder there. Very lucky. That was so close. Had there been a silly mid-on, that would have been a straightforward chance.
Or a Shoaib in the com box. Jeevan yet to get off the mark. He's on strike here. Bring off the back foot straight to the bowler. Ball to go into 14th here. 76 for 4.
And that is close. That is close. That is gone.
That is a big, big wicket here. And half the side back in the pavilion. Shoaib arrives and Jeevan departs. That's gone out. Struck in the line of the off stump, and that was hitting middle and leg.
Asif Mumtaz has 2 wickets now. And just got a feeling that Ajman heroes are losing the plot. Jeevan Gangadharan bowled brilliantly, but couldn't really do well with the bat. Out for a not of 4.
Superhero.
They need a superhero. Ajman heroes will have to rename Ajman superhero.
Hello friends.
Hello friends.
Really out to friends. Oh shit, this is over.
That's been driven down the ground towards long off. And of course, before the over break or the wicket break, call it whatever you like, Asim did mention that Shoaib is in. And Shoaib is sitting alongside me now.
Good evening, Nishant. Good evening to all our viewers. 77 for 5. Ajman heroes are running out of heroes at the moment. They need a superhero performance from one of these two, Ajmal or Chopra.
Yes, they need a partnership and they need it now. Can't wait any longer. Well bowled. Pushed back to the bowler. Not a bad ploy here. Comes down the track, goes inside out and gets a 6.
Well, beautiful shot against the run of play. Chopra using his feet, getting to the pitch of the ball, and he's hit that nice and clean, wide of the long off fielder.
This is the second time he has hit a six in recent times. The second six. One to Asif Mumtaz and one to Chopra. Nicely bowled. Good comeback there by Chopra. In fact, Shafiq, beg your pardon. Drifting that one in. Always keeping the batsman in two minds. So as long as he pitches around off stump just outside, he'll keep the batsman guessing. That's swept. Swept nicely. He played it a little late to get the placement right there. And he finds a boundary. Very nicely done.
So runs coming in quick succession now. 15 overs have been bowled. Ajman Heroes 92 for 5. 88 in fact for 5.
And turn again for Asif Mumtaz there. They'll manage to pick up a single.
A slip in place for Asif Mumtaz. Nicely played on the back foot. Rahul Chopra happy to take that single.
Ajmal batting on 2 of 2. Pushes it back towards the bowler, just wide. Another dot ball there. Flicked away. Lot of power behind that shot. The fielder gives it the chase. And I think he has not managed to stop it. That's 4.
It's a lot slower in the air and a lot of time given. Ajmal rocks on the back foot and plays it in the gap between long on and mid wicket. Vishnu Sukumaran puts his leg, his feet, trying to stop the ball but doesn't. Goes for the sweep shot this time. There is a fielder there. Will be a dot ball.
Again, Asif Mumtaz running through his overs here. 6 of 5 is what Ajmal is batting on. That'll be the end of the over. 16 bowled, 94 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Down the leg. Has bowled well. 3 overs. He's got that wicket as well. 16 runs conceded by Ahmed Shafiq.
That's more like it. That's the length, yes. The line can be a little more towards off stump.
It's indeed a very good ball. Just that drift in the air and then turning away. Goes for the sweep shot, caught in front, should be given. No, says the umpire.
That looked very close to me. Let's see where it pitches. Pitches, maybe pitching outside leg. Maybe pitching outside leg. That saved him.
This could be possible. Narrow escape for Chopra. Using his feet, playing it straight down the ground. Oh, in fact, it's straight to the fielder. Another wicket falls. It's Chopra who has given a straightforward catch to mid-on. Wicket number 6 down. Ahmed Shafiq gets his second.
Yes, that he hit it straight, and that fielder was not stationed at a conventional position. He was somewhere in between mid-on and long-on, and it just went straight to his throat. Rahul Chopra, the one man who was really trying to fight it out, departs for 32 of 33, and trouble continues for Ajman Heroes.
New batsman in, new batter, Nasir Aziz. Lot of experience, but this is, I feel, a little too much for him as well. Not impossible, but very, very difficult for Ajman Heroes to get to that total.
$160 away now. 34 overs remain. But required rate is still pretty much under control at 4.8. Not a cause of concern. It never was yesterday either.
That's right. It's the wickets column. Who's going to score at that required run rate of 4.8 is the question.
I think the question should be who is going to score? Question mark. That's about it.
Well, one of these will have to get a big 100 if they want to win this game.
And of course, you know them better than I do. Tell me, is either of them capable of doing that?
Well, Nasir has an international 50 to his name, Nasir Aziz. So, if there's anybody, I think it would be Nasir Aziz who can do it. But I am not sure against this bowling unit and on this wicket, how long can he survive?
Let's wait and watch. 17 done. It's 94 for 6. And Shahnawaz is yet to be brought onto the attack.
Nice flight on that delivery from Asif Mumtaz. I think these two bowlers will complete their full quota of 10 overs. Asif loves to bowl.
Yes, long spells. I always believe that spinners should be given long spells. Helps them get into the groove and then play with the batsmen's minds. Too far outside the off stump. He's gone for the big shot. And he has managed to clear the fence. That's a 6.
Way outside off, using the crease, bowling, coming wide and creating that angle, but the angle was not too sharp enough. It was easy pickings for Ajmal, who plays it straight down the ground.
So 100 coming up there for Ajman. 12 of 10 for Ajmal. Slapped away. The fielder inside the circle gets a hand to it, and that will help them save a couple of runs.
Yes, Tawqir Riyasat, he's the substitute fielder for tonight. The 12th man, he's cut that off. Expensive over this one from Asif Mumtaz. 8 runs. Bowls it quicker and a half tracker. This one has been pulled towards backward square leg, and the ball will cross the boundary ropes in no time. Another 4 in this over.
Yes, wide of the fielder station there. And that is the end of over number 18. It's 106 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Ahmad Shafiq continues. 2 wickets for him in the 4 overs that he's bowled. Looking for the third. They want to wrap things off, and that's why you see both the spinners bowling from both ends.
Big turn. Even the wicketkeeper is laughing at that.
No due. Tired wicket. You can see footmarks already.
Yes, and now Shafiq is really got his length very right. Yes, he's bowling exactly where he should be bowling.
There's a lot of time on their hands for Ajman heroes. Going down leg. Not out, says Mohammad Asif, the umpire.
It's the last ball of the over then. And watchfully played. So that's a maiden over. 19 bowled, it's 106 for 6.
Shanawaz been brought into the attack. Starts off with a flighted delivery. Ajmal played it straight back to Shanawaz. That's much better. Good length. You need to allow the ball to turn, and for that you need to bowl in the right areas. Just a little away from the batter. Not too far as well. A short leg should have been in place. There's a lot of turn, so a short leg fielder will be of great use for Shanawaz.
That's quicker through the air and too far down the leg side. Another wide. Tossed upon the stumps. Watchfully defended. And he goes for the slog sweep. On the full to the fielder in the deep. Another dot ball. In fact, beg your pardon, another single.
Yes, on one knee, and he's played that towards mid-wicket. 2 runs of this over. Will want to finish off well.
None for 2. And there's the leg gully in place. I think that will be a wide. Or was that of the pads? It's been pulled back. Another fielder there. And they're looking for an extra run as well. Appeal for a run out. Too many things happening there. They've gone upstairs.
Let's quickly check that run out.
Yes, and we are yet to get any signal from the umpire. Definitely was not bad. Oh. Well home, it seems.
Yeah, made it comfortably. Now we'll see the umpire signal wide. So yes, no bat or pad involved. Extras on the board.
Flicked away nicely by Ajmal. Will pick up a single. 20 overs bowled. It's 113 for the loss of 6 wickets. There's the points table. Ajman Heroes will take a beating tonight if they don't finish on the right side. And this is an opportunity here. Just get a feeling that Ajmal was not in full control when he tried to reach out for that drive.
Let's check that in the replay. Played all over it. Yes, that's a good glove work from Sandeep Singh Sandy. Very, very well done. And I think the umpire's finger will go up any time now. He's asked to wait. So we'll have to wait. But from what we saw, I think his feet was outside the crease when the bails were disturbed.
Yes, nothing behind the line there. So that is that. Ajmal will have to head back to the pavilion. Yes, there goes the finger. And Shafiq has picked up his third. He's coming to replace Harry Bharwal. And has done very well.
Yes, great competition in that side, especially for that left arm spinner department. Meanwhile, Mohammad Ajmal has to walk back 20 of 19. And the score is 113 for 7.
Harshit is in the middle here. And that's a good delivery, but he's not going to get that out. Not from that angle at least.
That was going down leg. Good solid stride. There's a slip and a leg slip in place. Should get a short leg is what I was just about to say. And that's where the ball landed. So
yeah, so sometimes you don't even have to say it, you just have to think it. And he comes down the track. That is very brave. Very brave of Harshit there. Ahmed Shafiq hasn't conceded a run since the last over.
rocks on the back foot. That's gone high up in the air. Fielder coming underneath it. Should be taken. Will be taken. Another wicket for Ahmed Shafiq. He celebrates. And Harshit is out for a duck.
Yes, that was pulled away. But no timing on that one. Bit of a top edge there. And landing safely into the hands of the fielder there, Vishnu. Harshit Kaushik departs for a knot of 4 deliveries. 8 down now. Ajman Heroes.
8 wickets down, 113 for 8. "21 overs have been bowled. Ajman Heroes 113 for 8. Edged towards backward square leg. Shahnawaz continues. 7 runs in the first. Nasir, he's played 9 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. Make that 10, and joining me in the comm box is Asim Sheikh.
Shoaib brings wickets, as they say, and they say it right. On and off the field both. Well, Shoaib, I won't be surprised if, captains put in that petition when if you're in the comm box if they're batting.
Please don't do that. I have nothing to do with this. It's just some great bowling from the IGM bowlers and some very ordinary shot selection from Ajman Heroes.
I think when you talk about shot selection, I think that was one of those loopholes that was being given out. Your set of opportunities, I would say. Excellent delivery. That was that carom ball that came in from Shanu. Pitching in straight in the bit. Had that missed, it would have been plumb.
Absolutely. I think he went to play for the off spinner. Luckily, there was some bat in the middle. This is much better. He wants that single but will be denied by Ankur. And he's not happy with that. He wanted to take that single and keep strike. 22 overs, 113 for 8.
Appeal coming through there from Ahmed Shafiq. I think the impact was outside the off stump. Even though it would have hit, but I doubt if it would have hit actually. That had that extra bounce as well coming through.
Yes. That's right. Another slip added, but I don't think you need a slip. You need a short leg. Good delivery, some turn, some really sharp turn for Shafiq, who's bowled well. What is good about him is that he's bowling it nice and slow. Harry Barwal, again a very good bowler, but he likes to bowl a lot flatter.
Definitely, and this is what, if you see the games wherein left-arm spinners have been effective, if you go back and look at how, for that matter, Simranjeet, last night he was looping the ball in the air. Usually you do not see Simran bowling that slow, but you have to give due credit to the wicket and how it is supposed to be bowled and make it a lot more effective. And we saw Malinda Pushpakumara also tossing it up in the air. Now when you're cutting down that pace, what you're doing is two things. One, enticing the batsman to come hard at you. Second is getting that extra purchase from the surface.
A lot flatter this time.
I think the grip, the way he held the balls, said it all.
Goes for the sweep. This time big appeal. Not out, says umpire Muhammad Asif. End of the over. Well, that impact was definitely in line, but I think it was missing the leg stump. 113 for 8.
One, 1-3 for 8. Shanawaz. And look at how slow he's bowling. He's got that outside edge, but he didn't even carry to the slip fielder.
Well, really, that ball, that is a very difficult ball to read from Shanawaz's hand, because it's the one that turns away. Look at that. Got the edge, got the slip fielder excited, just didn't carry to Vakas. They'll get that 1 run.
Well, I think they have to be a little smarter here. Get one step closer to the wicketkeeper, maybe, and increase the probability of the ball carrying to you if it finds that edge. Because in that regulation slip cordon field, position, it might not just carry.
Two slips in place. Now what you need to do as a slip fielder is not watch the bowler. On that occasion you saw the second slip. Watching the bowler release the ball, that's not where your eyes should be ideally. Your eyes should always be on the edge of the bat.
I think, Shoaib, there are different types of slip fielders wherein we observe that they are watching the ball right from the release point till the time it hits the bat and then comes at you. And there are some who keep an eye on the bat, always looking at that edge. So you really can't say what's the right or the wrong way here, because if you're keeping the eye on the ball right till the end, that's what the purpose is. That's what you need to be doing.
Well, another good delivery. 24 overs gone. 114 for 8. Twenty-four overs have been bowled. Not even halfway through the second innings, and Ajman Heroes have lost the plot completely. We were expecting a lot better performance, but Ajman Heroes have crumbled under the scoreboard pressure.
Well, definitely, and they've thrown their wickets away. If you've observed here, Shoaib, most of the wickets have fallen there. That last 7 over phase, in 4 of them, in fact. Excellent turn there for Ahmed Shafiq. He's into his 8th over, and look at that economy he's bowling at.
And he's grown in confidence with every passing over. You've seen him get better and better. His rhythm looks a lot better. He's releasing it at the right height. He's bouncing it at the right length and getting some turn as well. And in the last 4 overs, he's not given any runs. This is his fourth, so 3 maiden overs before this.
On the trot. Well, this is sensational stuff here. Now, what I would want to understand, do you want to get a fast bowler here, Shoaib? And because these are the last batters here, probably get a Taimur who can ball quick and get a wicket through pace.
Absolutely, I think that's a good ploy. That's a good plan. The only reason why I feel Asif Mumtaz is persisting with Ahmed Shafiq is because he's taken 4 wickets, so he's got a chance to take a 5-wicket haul.
That's the 5th maiden in the row here for Ahmed Shafiq. The last run that he gave was the last ball of the 3rd over. That is some consistency in containing here. End of 25. Ajman Heroes 114 for 8.
Oh, some movement in the air and turn as well. What a drift. What a good start to that over.
Kumar Pathak is the new option there for IGM. Now, when they get into the quarterfinal stages, look at the number of bowling options they have.
Well, we always had that anticipation and that notion that it's going to be the spinners who will be ruling the roost here. Right from the first game, we've seen that.
Well, that has been the case here in Sharjah, but you know, it was a completely different ball game there on the other wicket, Shoaib. Even the spinners were tonked for runs. Some aggressive field placement here from Asif Mumtaz, and I think this is the right strategy. Attack, attack, attack. Beautiful bowling here from Kumar Pathak.
Well, I think he's as good as batter as a bowler, complete all-rounder. Short and wide, and this one has been played in the gap chase for the fielder, Vishnu Sukumaran. He's very quick, he's very agile. Makes sure the ball is inside the field of play and will only be a couple of runs.
Well, after a long time, there was a loose delivery there. And punished for a couple. 116. Finally, the needle moves. 116 for 8. And gets the inner edge. Not out, says the umpire. Good catch from Sandeep Singh Sandy. I think it came off the pad, brushed off the pad.
Yes, definitely clipped the pad onto its way into the hands of Sandeep Singh Sandy. It's the end of the over. 26 have been bowled. 116 for 8. What a good ball again from Shafiq. He's into his 9th over. 5 consecutive maidens from Shafiq. 4 wickets.
Look at the fun there. He's playing around with Nasir Aziz, having played together for the same team for a long, long time. Now he's showing him the batting techniques.
25 deliveries for that 1 run from Nasir.
Look at that strike rate of 4. Strike rate of 4. Period.
Well, he's just trying to play the overs out. And I think that is what you can do when you're running out of partners. Just enjoying some time in the middle.
You can show your caliber as to how defensive you can be. Well, this takes a lot of patience.
And what he's trying to do here is that he's not giving Shafiq his 5th wicket. That is his plan. And I think it's also about battles within battles. Yes, you're not going to win a game, but wherever you can try and salvage the situation. That's what he's doing.
Absolutely. And look at that reaction after leaving the ball. That smile coming in from Ahmed Shafiq and Nasir Aziz nodding his head. No, I'm not going to fetch that. Comes Ahmed. 6th maiden on the trot here for him. What a spell here. He has 1 to go.
Well, but he still needs that 1 wicket. 26 overs, 116 for 8.
Here comes Asif Mumtaz back into the attack. So, Kumar Pathak, just 1 over for him. Asif Mumtaz, 40 in his 7 overs. I think, don't judge that bowling figure, but because he came in at the time wherein the team needed him the most, needed that courage to come, take the ball, take the lead, pick up wickets. He did that. Straight to the fielder there.
Yes, I think everybody has come out and contributed with the ball for IGM. Mumtaz, the skipper, leading from the front, taking 2 wickets. Shafiq has had a brilliant run. Shahnawaz has bowled well as well.
Well, Shoaib, I'm eagerly waiting for that contest to be played between Future Mattress and IGM. That's going to be one crazy game that I think everyone would be wanting to see.
Yes, now there's an opportunity. Keep Nasir Aziz on this end and let Ahmed Shafiq bowl the next over to Ankur Sangwan. But he's done well for himself. 22 deliveries he's played, just not given away his wicket. End of the 28th. Just delaying the inevitable. Ajman Heroes 117 for 8.
Ahmed Shafiq continuing, he'll be bowling his final over. Appeal, that should be given out, and it is number 5 for Ahmed Shafiq. And that is what exactly Shoaib was talking about. Get the other man on strike and get him that 5th wicket. That's what just happened.
Well, a magical bowling performance from Ahmed Shafiq. He's got that game today. He's come over a regular Harry Bharwal. He's been given that opportunity and he's taken it with both hands. 5 wickets in 9 overs, 6 maidens and 14 runs. Excellent over, excellent spell. 9th wicket down, 117 for 9.
New man in, Usman. Ahmed Shafiq into his final over. He was hunting for that. Last 37 deliveries, he has not conceded a single run and he has picked up 4 wickets. I think he could have bowled a better one there. Just loose delivery.
Well, Asim is rooting for his 6th wicket. Asim wants him to get that wicket. Goes for a big swing. That is the ball you need to bowl to a number 11. Brilliantly bowled.
Well, Usman, more than that 6, your back is a lot important for the team in the knockout stages. Be very, very careful. Yeah, and that's a field out. Loud appeal there and, well, not sure why that wasn't out. And had that been a direct hit on the non-striker, Nasser Aziz would have been out as well. How is that not out, Shoaib? Tell me.
Well, I'm really lost of words at the moment. Yes, as just my co-commentator enjoying the game sitting beside us, Nishant says he's bowling too good for a number 10 or 11. Big swing. That one has been played towards mid-wicket chase for Ataullah. Does well to keep it.
And look at that. They decide to give him the 7th maiden on the trot. Okay, finally a shot attempted of Ahmed Shafiq's bowling and they decide not to run for it. That is 10 overs, 16 runs, 7 maidens and 5 wickets for Ahmed Shafiq. Look at that spell.
Shahnawaz continues. 8 runs in his 3 overs. He's been brought back into the attack. No fast bowling yet. That one sprayed down the leg side. Won't go all the way, or will it?
Well, late reactions coming in from Sandeep. That'll be extra runs there. Wide. One last wicket here. They're waiting for it. Should have been there in that previous over itself.
Flighted outside off. Nasir Aziz, he's going to play for 2 days. That is his attitude. Everybody will be out of the ground. He'll still be batting there. That's how big a fighter he is.
Definitely fighter batting at a strike rate of 3.23. Usually those numbers are used for bowlers in that economy section. Now there is a chance for Shahnawaz to bowl at the number 11.
There's 3 deliveries and immediately you see Asif Mumtaz sending the long on and mid-wicket on the boundary ropes. Expect Usman to join the party with Nasir and play those dead front foot defences.
Well, that was close. Now Shahnawaz, I think if he is smart enough, might opt for that loopy carom delivery. That pitches and goes away. Has other plans, and so does Temur. And it's going to be 2 runs there. End of 31, 23 for 9. Here comes Kuwar Pathak, bowled just 1. Pitches and straightens. He was playing for the turn there. And the ball will win the race. Buys and a boundary. It missed everything. The bat, the wickets and the keeper. Look at where Sandeep Singh went.
Well, Sandeep went for the turn. That ball just keeping its line. Beating the edge, beating the keeper, and 4 runs.
Well, you used to watch a lot of these when, Harbhajan Singh used to bowl those top spinners. Ball holding its line after pitching.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Kuwar looking for his first wicket. Now I think they should get that fast bowler in. Big appeal, not out, says the umpire.
That was going down. That was going down. Excited there, Kumar Pathak.
So if you see now, Nasir is, for every delivery, he's bringing his front foot across the line. One quick delivery, darting in on the pads, could just do the trick for Kuwar.
So you're saying bowler Nasir to Nasir?
Yes, that's right. Absolutely. This time he's just opened the face of the bat, gets 2 more. I would want Ataullah to come in and try and hit the stumps.
Ataullah, Temur, anyone. I need a fast bowler here probably to test the other fast bowler batting.
Just Ataullah, because he's got that body, that tall, lanky fast bowler. Just for that fact, he comes in running hard from the 30-yard circle. So that is also not an easy sight for a number 11. 31 overs, 130 for 9.
The former teammates against each other here. Nasir Aziz facing Asif Mumtaz, bowling his 9th. And they would want to sneak in through his defense, which has been that uphill task for the bowlers.
40 deliveries for his 5, make that 41. Could definitely make a strong statement if UAE were to play a few day matches, 2-day, 3-day matches. Nasir Aziz has shown some great character. Wide signaled by the umpire, they're not going for that run, and rightly so. They'll only run just like a proper test match if it's the 4th or the 5th delivery of the over.
Looks like they're saving the match here. Probably in expectation of some bad lights coming in their favor. Now, this at times frustrates the bowlers as well.
Well, you can see he was trying to bluff. Asif Mumtaz used his feet, got to the pitch of the ball, but just couldn't clear the fielder, played it straight back to the bowler. Now he goes back to his regulation batting. Front foot out, get the bat closer to the ball and block it.
Nasir plays in Aziz defense. .131 for 9. Stepping down, and that's going to be a boundary. Just falling short of the ropes there. Umpire would want to check that. Well, nicely played though. Felt like it is it pitched inside.
Very close to the boundary ropes. I think they'll have to check that again. Here we go, slowly, frame by frame, 1-1. Well, I think it's just at the last moment there's a frame missing. But I think they'll go for 4 runs. Or 6. Has he given it?
Yes, I think that has been given as a 6. Now we have Ataullah, and I think the right move here coming in, getting the fast bowler against Usman, who's not looked comfortable. I think attacking the stumps will be key. Why would you want to bowl a slower one at this stage? Bowl at the stumps, quick, fast, Yorker.
Absolutely. I failed to understand this first ball from Ataullah. I was expecting maybe a nasty bouncer or maybe a perfect Yorker. But what in turn he's chose to bowl is a slower delivery.
Well, I would really like to see the bowler, fast bowler, Usman, face that sort of a music.
Now he goes for the Yorker, but that is on the pads. We'll get a single. There was a chance there, but now it's going to be Nasir who will be facing the remainder of this over.
Nasir knows a thing or two about defending. Had that defensive approach. He's taking all his time there. And IGM, who did well to get those 8 early wickets there. And these last 2 just being those difficult ones to get rid of. Short delivery in the air, and Shahnawaz just falling short of a couple of inches to hold on to that. That will be a boundary. A slap. And Asif Mumtaz immediately telling him, why is he standing close in? Stand on the on the edge of the circle.
So Nasir Aziz, apologies, is definitely now trying to attack.
Forget about that. Imagine the kind of confidence he's giving to the captain there when he goes into the quarterfinal matches.
Another short, quick delivery round the wicket. If you're coming around the wicket, you need to attack the ribs of Nasir Aziz. Try to get those deliveries around the chest height, and then maybe get a Yorker in.
(15 of 47 for him. Good delivery in the block hole, but not attacking the stumps. That was at the 4th or 5th wicket line. And things would have ended long back.
The plan was to attack the stumps. I think he just missed the line. That was a good delivery. Good bowling. Good bowling from Ataullah. End of the over, 33 overs. Ajman Heroes 143 for 9.
.14, 143 for 9. Yeah, the hunting for that last wicket. Asif Mumtaz comes in for his final over, and joining me in the comm box is Nishant. Welcome back.
Thank you very much, Asim. These two have taken quite a bit of time. Very well bowled.
I think Nasir has done a fantastic job here. Almost close to playing 10 overs himself. That's the end. Going through the defense, and there goes the cap has... Look at that. Finally, they break through the defense. Not of Nasir Aziz though.
but it was of Usman. End of the game here. Ajman Heroes are all out for 143 in the 34th over. And what a big win here coming in for team Interglobe Marine. And that's the batting card here. Ansar Khan out for 11 after that start that he gave in the first over. Sagar Kalyan, I think a bit unfortunate there. Got out caught behind for 6 of 14. Khalid Shah started off really well. Flying start there, 21 of 19. Chopra looked dangerous, 32 of 33. Adnan out for a single digit 8. Jeevan out for a duck. Ajmal gave that cameo, played that cameo of 20 of 19. Nasser Aziz, that resilient knock of 15, unbeaten of 49. I think that's the highlight of this innings so far. Ankur then again supported him, 3 of 23. And then the last man that got out was Usman, 3 of 13. Now 24 extras that have been bowled there in that 143 runs that they've managed to score. But this is an extraordinary performance that came through from Interglobe Marine. They were struggling when they came into bat. That performance from Yasir Kaleem got them to a decent total there that they were targeting. However, in response, the bowling figures that Ahmed Shafiq has registered here, 10 overs, 16 runs, 7 maidens and 5 wickets with a extraordinary economy of 1.6. And mind you, all those 7 maidens were bowled on the trot towards the end. So from over number 4th to over number 10th, all were maidens. Asif Mumtaz, then next, the pick of the bowlers there, 3 wickets for him in 9.4 over spell. And gave away 48 runs. Ataullah and Taimur picked up 1 each in the 8 overs that they bowled together. Kumar bowled 2 and Shahnawaz bowled 4, went wicketless, and 24 extras that came through, I think, was the highest, in fact, the second highest in the scorecard here. Talking about the game, how it fared here. Yasir Kaleem topping the chart there, 113 of 136. Shivam Sharma scored 63 of 69. That partnership that got them back in the game. They were in trouble at one stage. And the next one, the top scorer, was Ataullah, who came in at bat at number 10. And picking up wickets there for Ajman Heroes, 3 for 25. Jeevan Harshit picked up 2 for 41. Ankur in his 10 got 2 for 46. In response, Ajman Heroes, nothing great to talk about there in terms of the batting. Chopra topped the scorers there, scored 32 of 33. However, look at the bowlers there for IGM. 5 for 16 in his 10 for Ahmed Shafiq, and Asif Mumtaz picked up 3 for 48. 1 wicket there for Ataullah, the big one of Ansar Khan. Interglobe Marine winning the game by 110 runs and in a must-win game against the table toppers. And Ajman Heroes, they faced the first defeat of the tournament, and let's quickly check how things poised out in this particular innings. It was Ansar Khan, that was the first dismissal. He went berserk in the first over and was dismissed to a beautiful delivery from Ataullah. Even a few good strokes from Khalid Shah looked promising. And coming through on the outside, and that was that not so convincing looking shot, but that wicket of Sagar Kalyan definitely was disappointed there, and that was the end of Khalid Shah. Playing a rack shot there, could have easily played it towards extra cover, decided not to. Did it cross the line? Yeah, that was the end of Adnan. And from there it started off for Ahmed Shafiq. Shot there coming from the back of Rahul Chopra, that was the dismissal of Jeevan Gangadhar. Couple of good shots there coming in from Rahul and Ajmal. Stepping down the track and getting it straight to Shivam Sharma. That was his second scalp there for Ahmed Shafiq. That was some excellent smart work coming in from Sandeep Singh Sandy. Harshit got out on to a top edge, didn't get enough connection there. Ankur Sang
Usman departing as well. But what bowling here from this young lad. Ahmed Shafiq replacing Harry Barwal in the side with a 5. It's a short which was done and dusted with that wicket of Usman Mani. The last one to fall. But an excellent comeback here in the must-win game for IGM. They lost their first league game against Sri Lions, which went to the wire, and then came back with 2 back-to-back victories in the last league games. They qualify through to the next stage, and we will be live tomorrow for the final league match between Future Mattress and TVSL Group. And before that, we would head down for the post-match ceremony, where we have Nishant with the man of the match.
Well, 3 days on the trot, we've had early finishes. Of course, tonight not as early as the other 2 nights, yesterday and the night. But it's still pretty much a very convincing win for IGM. Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the post-match presentation of the SkyExchange.net 47th Bukhatir League, powered by FanCode. Before we begin, we'd like to thank Sharjah Cricket and all the administrators involved for the support in hosting this tournament. We'd also like to thank our sponsors, title sponsors SkyExchange.net, powered by FanCode, official streaming platform FanCode, event partners TCM, merchandise partners Leap Sports, pouring partners Dole International, and F&B partners Star Biryani. So in the 17th league match of the tournament, IGM defeated AJMAN Heroes by a very convincing margin of 110 runs. Before we start the presentation, of course, it's my duty to introduce Iftikhar Ali, the match referee. Welcome, sir. And before announcing who the player of the match is, we must mention a brilliant bowling performance by Shafiq. 10 overs, 7 maidens, 5 for 16, and those 7 maidens came on the trot, which means he bowled 42 deliveries without giving away a single run and picked up 4 wickets there. But for his magnificent 113, 36 deliveries, the man of the match is Yasir Kaleem. Well, congratulations, Yasir. Once again, a man of the match. 112 in the previous game, 113 here, and once again, a very well-paced innings.
Yeah, it was like a kind of 2-paced wicket, and we also lost 4 wickets in the under 50 runs. So the responsibility was to bat, long, because in this kind of format, if you are just throwing away the wickets, so it's the opposition is on the top. So I just wanted to, when the loose ball was there, and just wanted to take it through 40 overs.
And your partnership with Shivam, of course, that was the highlight of the innings. If you take that out of the equation, you were deep.
Yeah, so it's all about, players stepping up and taking the responsibility for the team. Shivam is one of the best batsmen I have seen around, He has been playing with me since my days in Delhi, so he's a wonderful player. So I knew when he's around me, so I knew that, if I get out, so he will be there to anchor the innings.
Talking about stepping up, a person comes in, plays his first game and bowls so well. Any word about Shafiq there?
Ahmed Shafiq is one of the best left-arm spinners that is around here in the UAE circuit. He's played 19 for Pakistan as well, so he's a comparative player. His support for the bowlers is definitely unplayable.
Well, when that last wicket partnership was just hanging around for quite a bit, you were behind the stumps at first slip, and then Sandy and you, I could see some banter going on. What were you exactly telling the batsman there?
Nasir and me has played, 3-4 years for Alubond, so we are quite close friends. So I was just asking Nasir to step down the wicket and play some shots, but he was just, hanging around there, and he was not making us, taking the chances. So it was very difficult for him to get out. So we just wanted him to, so that we can go home. So just wanted him to get out.
Right then, very well played. Now, of course, it's quarter-final time. All the best for that.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, that was Kaleem as candid as ever. And, of course, that's it from the penultimate league match of this tournament. We've got another league match coming up tomorrow. Again, a very, very important game as well. You can catch all the action on the official streaming platform, that is the Fan Code app, and of course the CricTracker and Sharjah Cricket Stadium Facebook pages. We'll look forward to your company tomorrow again. Till then, on behalf of everybody, it's goodbye and good night from Nishant Majid here. Do take good care.